Welcome into the Fantasy Football Forge. My name is Steve. Let me get this off of the screen for you. Boom. Bada boom. Listeners of the future, you can just probably skip ahead at least 25 minutes. It's about 15 minutes before draft time right now, so I'm sure it'll take that long, at least before the first pick is occurring. I'll see you there. And time for the show. We'll see if we get anybody today not here or in here, but I will be available regardless, going through grading. And if anybody from the future is still here, I'm going to make this a little bit more streamlined than yesterday. Going to be grading the picks. I just there's a little bit less to do, as you can see on the screen too. I'll have the upcoming picks available for your viewing and my viewing. And I will be doing, like, talking about the pick immediately afterwards instead of how convoluted it was yesterday. That was a little too much. So, a little more streamlined today. Woo woo. There we go. And once we get somebody in chat, we'll see if I can't put a little bit of the TV volume on when it's not on commercial. I notice Bengal plays it. It doesn't seem to cause any problems here or on Twitch. So, not that Twitch matters for me, but I think Twitch is even more strict about stuff live. So, we'll see about the volume, if the microphone can pick it up, because it's on the TV way over there, and at a certain point it needs to be incredibly loud, which is just going to make me have to yell to talk over it, even though that's, not how it would sound on your end. So, interesting night one. It kind of like chalk, aside from just a few picks, and then, overall, there's obviously not everything went in the exact order as we suspected. That's never going to happen. But it wasn't too crazy. As far as my grading went yesterday, a lot of A's, few S tiers, not too many B's, and I think just the one C, maybe two C's. Michael Penix Jr. got a C minus from me for Atlanta's pick. Not really too surprising there. And I'll do videos on each of the divisions, so I will get more into that decision when I do my AFC, NFC South grading video. But quite a few B's here for the wide receivers. That was the worst case, was a B. Bowers, S tier plus. All A's and B's there for the offensive linemen that were drafted. Cornerbacks, all S tier. I thought those were all good values. Think pretty highly over all of these three, and they all went a little bit later than expected. Cooper DeJean, not ultra surprised that he did not make it in the first round, that he fell out of the first round, just because of last year and how everybody viewed, the guy who went to the Detroit Lions. Let's see here. Let's just go to their depth chart. Why can't I think of his name? I had it. Where are you? Brian Branch, Nickelback, safety-ish kind of guy. The league just doesn't value these guys as much as we want them to, as the audience. So, wasn't completely taken back by that. I actually thought, my final mock draft, I put Nate Wiggins to San Francisco, so I did have him almost falling out. So that wasn't a shock there either, that he went very, very late in the draft. I don't think it was a shock for most. All A's and B's there. So it's just the one C outside of that. A lot of B's. How many minuses to pluses we have? By the way, anybody who's unaware, I do have a set grading scale that I am using for fairness from based on my board and where the player goes within the draft. And so for day 1 and 2 here. A's are kind of your the choice was within the range that I expected it to be, and then it'll be a B will be that scenario for day 3 tomorrow, but then I do a plus and a minus just based on if I like the scenario, if it's a my guy or not, a not my guy, be like a minus. Some of those factors. So in some cases, you'll see I do have like a B minus here. So for instance, Miami, it hurts me to give them B minus because I understand the pick and everything. I assume the minus came just from what else was on the board, and in part 2, just the fact that I think Miami's in this win now window, and I don't know how much Chop Robinson helps, but I do know that they need an edge rusher, and so I like it for down the road. And I'm not going to change the B minus. I don't remember exactly what the argument was, but sometimes it might be what's available on the board and what I'm looking at, and so I don't want to go back and retroactively change anything. Not that I might not do 1 or 2 retroactive changes. Quinyon Mitchell, given where he was drafted, gave that a plus. He's a my guy there. You could not, like, at the top 8 picks could not have gotten a plus, an S plus. That only was reachable after beyond that point in the draft, just due to how I have everything set up for my points. There's another minus. So we got 1 minus, 1 plus, 2 minus, 1 plus. Okay. Make sure I didn't miss anything. 2 minuses, 1 plus, 2 minuses, 2 plus, 3 plus, 2 minus, 3 plus, 4 plus, 5 plus. Was that 5 and 5 so far? 5 minuses, 5 pluses. All right. So about a third of the grades I'm feeling extra good or a little bit sad about, disliking to an extent. I like that. That's a good rate. That's a good rate. Wow. Indianapolis fan got some, I don't know if that's a Lucador mask or what. Creepy looking mask. Well, maybe it was, I assumed Indianapolis, but maybe it was Detroit fan. There's obviously a million Detroit fans there today, so. Well, for the entirety of the draft. Sure, that would make sense. Alright, I got everything set up. I don't know if anybody will come in. If you're in here, say hello. Say what's up. What's poppin'? Poppy. Till the draft, we're just chilling. I just like to start early for this just to make sure everything's set up, running properly. But it is. So, we're good to go. And speaking of that, we'll just put the volume on. The question is, can you hear that? Actually, you know what I'll do? Hey, are you like at home or something where I could use you for a sound check on... I want to see if the TV in the background's actually getting picked up or not on the mic. Can you hear me? Oh. Oh, now can you hear me? Okay. Are you able to do me a sound check on YouTube? I want to see if the TV in the background is actually like here, if you can actually hear the details of it or not through my microphone. Well, oh, are you on it right now? Defense got way better. Is there. Their secondary needs in a big way. Sitting up there Like, yeah, you can hear the words though. Okay, perfect. That's all. Because if I put it any louder, then I'm gonna have to like scream because I won't be able to hear myself talking. So I just that's about as loud as I could go, but it barely picks it up on the mic, so I couldn't really tell if it was quite loud enough or not. So appreciate it, man. All right, peace. Thank you. Don't forget to drop a like while you're in here, Tony. Ba, 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 na, ba. All right, hopefully this looks better tonight as far as the format on screen. Oh, by the way, Anthony, if you're still in here, Jordan Morgan, Green Bay Packers got an A based on my grading scale. He was taken. It actually, if he was taken one pick earlier, it would have been a B. But because he was taken at pick 25, he made it into an A. Interesting. That run starts. Probably 24, but I feel like what did I start it? Like it could start at 47. Could be 56 or like 59. Latest. Uh, Baltimore 62 or into the third round. Really, could be possible. Check that volume. All right, so I'm still. Let's see. How many decibels louder am I? Roughly somewhere in there. Okay, like 2 times as loud. Oh, get out of here. Mute it. All right. I'm excited to see like how early Christian Jones goes, if I was right on him or not, kind of deal. Same with Patrick Paul. Let's see other picks that I think I'm like Tip Ryman. That's not going to happen tonight, most likely, unless it happens at the end of the third round. I see a small sliver of a chance of that happening at the end of the third round, but probably not. Kimani Vidal, I'm high on. Be interested to see how that works out. Obviously low on those two. Jawar Jordan. Jawar. I'm not sure. I'm interested to see how. I mean, he's a guy who some people think undrafted, so I'm definitely interested to see if I'm on to something or not there. I do pretty good with running backs, so we'll see. But I always have a few big time misses at running back too. Troy Franklin, A.D. Mitchell, how far do they fall? Is going to be a bit of a fun storyline. Jermaine Burton, where the heck does he go? Is always going to be interesting. Same with Javon Baker. That'll be interesting to see where he ends up going. Jalen McMillan, some people think could go fairly high. What do we got? Are we starting? It is 7 o'clock. Draft is here. Bada bing, bada boom. Will 2 or more running backs, quarterbacks go tonight? We'll see. I would say 3 is the most. Probably just 2. I'd be surprised if any of these guys go early, but you never know. All right, somebody on the clock yet? No. Linebackers could be anywhere from 3 to probably 6 tonight. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He thinks Andrew Phillips 6. He maybe doesn't think Tampa or Kamari 7, 8. I think 8. Well, oh, yeah, okay. 6 is a safe number. I do think part of the reason that the cornerbacks slipped yesterday was because they were a little bit more comfortable with the second round quarterbacks compared to like second round edge rushers. We'll see. Okay. Muting it. So they're gonna go to a quick commercial and then the commission should come out. I assume that music was going to commercial. They're gonna do side by side here. I'm guessing they got word that the commission was a little bit delayed and they decided to push a little commercial break in here quickly. Not even a full commercial break. Always time to get them commercials in. You know how it be in the business. The calm before the storm. Kind of peaceful. Well, they went to kind of a full commercial after that. Wish is late tonight. Not the. Who's first off the board? Buffalo. I mean, I've been thinking they'd like Keon Coleman. I think that's what I did with my most recent draft, or was that Washington? I went Xavier Worthy, who they legitimately allowed somebody else to take. So it wasn't that, but it was between Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Malachi Corley, but not that early in the draft. Well, A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. I think it's between Loud and Keon because I think they're the most dangerous yak guys currently outside of course, Malachi Corley. But I think there's too early for Malachi. We'll see. This is when, you know, last night, like I said, mostly chalk. That's why we got a lot of A's, some B's, S's in there, just one C. We'll start to get the gradient will start to get a little bit more whack soon enough here. All right, they keep showing a crowd shot with a golf cart in the middle of it. I don't know if like the commission's on there and he's late and he's trying to part the seas to get up to the podium, or what's up with that shot. But let's see.
National Football League is about to come out with the Bills on the clock. The Bills, Patriots, Cardinals, Commanders, Chargers. First 5 on the clock.
So 6 minutes passed, and the clock still has not begun officially for Buffalo.
Should be a lot of fun with Murphy bringing out with him.
I don't know about that. That could be like copyrighted or something. All right, Commish, don't be talking. There we go. Get booed.
Welcome back to night 2 of the draft. Last night, we watched 32 amazing players join the NFL family in front of a record 275,000 people here. And guess what? Another 230,000 are already here tonight.
It's a lot of people.
So Detroit, you're within 100,000 of breaking the all-time NFL record for a draft. Let's go. Thank you for everything you've done.
Well, we got a vote here for Jerzon.
See behind me, I'm joined by Pat.
That's what I did in my mock this morning.
Of football. Here on this stage, we have 32 current NFL players and legends who will announce the next generation of players. Also on the stage, we have 32 youth flag football players participating
Tiki Barber.
in the regional tournament here in Detroit this weekend.
Dude's up on stage just live streaming and focusing on that.
Thank you all for being here representing our game. The draft is a celebration of all levels of football. Youth, high school, college, and the NFL. Now this state knows a little something about football, right? So in addition to the success of the Lions, there's another guy who had quite a year along with his teammates.
JJ. They're in Detroit. They got the Michigan college champs here. JJ McCarthy, who just got selected to the Minnesota Vikings on the big board. That couldn't have worked out better. I never thought about that. How does that work out for a lot of Detroit fans? JJ McCarthy going. All right. I don't know. It's music. You never know. I'm sure it's Michigan's fight song, which honestly might. Well, it's the Big Ten. They're a little. They're not so bad. Hey, there's Chris Jenkins. Oh my god. It's now 10 minutes after, and the Bills are still not on the clock.
You ready for round two?
There we go.
Round two of the 2024 NFL Draft is now officially open.
Boom. Let's go, baby. It's about time.
Bills are now on the clock.
All right. That got me up out of my seat. So look, we're there a smattering of boos in this crowd?
Yes.
A lot of Bengals fans and Browns fans wearing Buckeye gear. Is that what I'm saying?
This is Barton. This is Big Ten country. The Spartans fans here.
I know Andre Rison was standing behind the commissioner.
And we'll say this, Rich, you got a banging fight song.
I appreciate that.
They all sound the same.
Bills are on the clock 7 minutes
Swear.
as opposed to 10 minutes last night. Bills fans watched the
All right.
home
Get
team
buckled in.
down twice.
It'll be a long night.
To the last pick with a swap.
Hopefully I've fed myself well enough and have enough snacks and water
What do you think
that I don't have to leave.
here, DJ?
We thought they might take a wide receiver bottom four, and then they moved back. Part of
And
the
tea.
reason, if they are
Which,
gonna
by the way,
do
tea,
this because of the depth.
we're drinking
About their AD Mitchell
orange
from Texas, you've got
cinnamon
Tommy
spice.
from Georgia,
It's good. It kind of tastes like apple pie, but the citrus does come through a little bit.
different styles, different flavors of wide receivers that available here within pick number 33.
Still don't think defensive backs out of line here. When you start to look at it, Joel, you mentioned before these corners that are available. Trey White's no longer there. Yeah, Dane Jackson's no longer there. And now again, Kyrie Elam going the way that Christian Benford's a starter for Cooper to Gene.
Little kid screaming his head off with the buck teeth of a monster.
Three names right there at the top.
I think this is why they traded back, is because they kind of have their choice, they have their pick. You know, Keon Coleman's interesting. Remember, he started his college career here at Michigan State.
And people would get mad about them trading back.
He's an interesting one, particularly because of the
They're still going to get whoever they were going to take at 26. I guarantee it.
50-50 catcher, a guy that can go get it down the field. He would be interesting. But
Or
I hear you.
26?
DBs are interesting.
Whatever they were supposed to draft.
These here early in the draft, if they want to fill that need right here, I would think that would be a good selection as well. All right, 2 minutes into the first clock count
Will it be wide receiver? Will it be defensive line?
inside the draft.
I think one of those two is most likely here.
See if the Buffalo Bills end up making the number 33 overall.
I've given him Jerzon Newton a few times.
Brandon Beane went to last night here, ready at teams interested in potentially coming up to 33. In fact, at 33, 34,
Yeah, or trade.
35, there is significant trade interest, much more than I can remember. You guys are talking about best available players. There seem to be several players with first-round grades still on the board. We may see some real activity trade.
Yeah, I've got 1, 2,
The Bills, their
3,
efforts last night wound up getting an extra 3,
4, 5,
5, and an improved position in rounds
6.
4 and 7. So needs to be factored into your thinking if the Bills do actually pull off a third trade to move down for a third time. And so
They currently
I think, look, you can look at the needs of these teams, and so you're trying to marry
20 hours was not enough. Going to use the whole clock here.
In my opinion, I believe somebody's going to come up for Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle, at some point in time. He's a first-round player. I think he's a 25th overall.
He could go right now.
He's still out there. It is
There's a need.
premium position, as we mentioned.
Oh boy.
Money, all those DTs.
There's the Snickers cat.
So if
Say
you're
hello.
gonna need a defensive tackle, list is short
Meow.
of the impact guys that are left at that position in this draft, so that could spur some movement as well.
She's just going to be right over here. Probably the whole time.
tackle, and because of all those 6
A lot of it.
early in the draft, all those offensive players
Yes.
early in the draft that pushed these first-round graded defensive players to right here at the top of the second.
The only thing is I got to make sure she doesn't knock out the sound again.
Against Penn State,
Alright, we're good so far.
way up the field. He's the type of guy that can be in an interior defensive line position and yet still produce in the backfield.
And plays the piano a little too. I mean, he can go up and down the line of scrimmage, can be that big defensive end if you need him in your base run stuff. And you're right, Joel. His ability to work upfield, use his hands to get into the backfield and disrupt.
The pick is in. Is this thing working yet?
With the Buffalo Bills, specifically,
We'll find out.
3 people involved in this decision. There's the head coach, there's the general manager, there's the
Oh, there we go.
Josh Allen. I guarantee is lobbying to get me a receiver. Get me a receiver. I lost 2 guys.
How is
Get
that?
somebody help me out here.
Well, they have stuck and picked, and the first pick of night number 2 is in, and it will be Aaron Williams coming out to help with the announcement of this second round
New England is on the clock.
evening, and that means the New England Patriots are
New England offensive tackle, wide receiver. You have to think most likely. I think wide receiver right now would be the better decision. But it depends what their board looks like and how long they expect some of those. It's not a big tier of tackles, so I understand if they go that route. Patrick Paul, I mean, kind of standing out. So maybe that is the route to go there. Scarcity reasons. Or trade out of it and then take Patrick Paul. That could always be the case. See, a second vote has come in. Cooper DeJean, Jerzon Newton fighting for it. First off of the board.
We can build up the defense. Yes, you gotta go face Patrick Mahomes, but if you're gonna get somebody, maybe Josh Allen is the guy that big, strong, physical receiver to its Buffalo. All right, bad weather late season.
So, the aforementioned Aaron Williams
I'm between Jerzon and Keon Coleman here.
to kick off
I think Lad McConkey too would make sense
jumping. Is that
for what Buffalo's offense wants to do.
too soon to say that? That certainly helped.
All right, here we go.
In this regular season last year.
They're just lining up in the
Here we go.
It wouldn't be right unless I started a little roll call. I love it. I'm gonna speak for all of Bills Mafia when I say we want to wish King Pagula speed recovery with blessed wishes. We have a lot of press for you. With that being said, with the 33rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Keon Coleman, receiver.
Yup. Keon going down off of the top 10 there.
Being announced as the first player.
All right, so we're still available for the top 10.
This is for a physical receiver.
They're gonna I think they're gonna utilize Keon a lot like something between Keenan Allen and Rashee Rice.
able to win with bodies all the way around him. After the catch, he can make people miss. He breaks tackles with his strength and even will show off the athleticism.
So Keon Coleman, 6'3", 213 pounds. You would think he's a contested catch beast. You would think deep ball monster. He did do a lot of that in college. He really doesn't get separation. That really doesn't fly so well in the NFL these days. However, with offenses moving a little bit more to man-to-man, single high coverage, we might see a rise of guys like Keon Coleman doing a little bit better. They've really struggled against these zone-heavy, bend, don't break type defenses. Hasn't worked so well for these guys who you just want to because the quarterback's not going to throw up the ball when there's two guys covering these contested catch beasts. So, anyways, really, really good hands. Drop rate of 3.8% is low. Very good height and weight, above average size. Physical receiver, above average wingspan. Definitely athletic upside for a guy his size. He can be, I call it slippery is the word. It's not that he's ultra jukey or anything like that, but he is surprisingly slippery especially for a man his size. He was used on punt returns at Florida State, and he's going to be very good for the new punt return rules as well. Tightrope on the sidelines is something that he does very nicely, and jump over would, you got a little, tight end when he's kind of running along the sidelines in him. Weaknesses: he cannot separate, lack of agility, plays stiff. Contested catch rate is actually below average by the numbers, even though that's what he's known for. So it's kind of weird. Once again, why I think let's move on to actually a quote that I know I have on here from Connor Rogers, who says, "We fell in love with the highs and we didn't realize the majority of his potential might be the lows." Because everybody knew him for his contested catch rates, and I said he's really good at contested catch rate, yet statistically below average in that section. So who knows? Also, there's a lack of nuance in his routes. His athletic upside doesn't show up in testing. However, it does show up in other areas in testing. So I'm not going to go into that story of that, but I like him. I like him with the ball in his hands. That's why I think you use him like a Rashee Rice. Get him quickly, the ball in his hands real quickly, and then let him go from there. As far as the grade goes, that is going to be a B. Oops. Put the grade in the wrong spot. So that's going to bring New England on the clock. Adonai Mitchell is something I've done for them. Patrick Paul is a route that I would go. I think due to scarcity, If you think the same about Patrick Paul as I do, then you go that route. Otherwise, the next time they're going to be on the board, there's a nice little group that like somebody should be available for, because you saw how many tackles went in the first round. So you should start to expect that to slow down for a little while. And you know, that still leaves you with, I think, some nice talented receivers all the way through. Javon Baker really here, 20 guys. Somebody will be available. So it's tough. Whoever's higher on your board, really, I think is what you got to go with. I don't think there's much strategizing tackle. New England's not on the board. Chargers moved up. I missed that one. So New England moved back. That's fine. They're probably going O-line then, I feel like. So Chargers, what do you do? Is it cornerback or is it receiver? It's one or the other there. Or is it Jerzon? Ooh. Could be Jerzon Newton, huh? My bet is going to be Cooper DeJean? Ladd. I've given them Ladd. Maybe in the most recent... somewhere. So... nope. And I'm pretty sure I have a first round grade on him, so that's going to be good. Where the heck? There we go, Ladd. Just real quick off the bat, comp-wise, I think Ladd McConkey reminds me a lot of Chris Olave. Guy who a lot of people wanted to pin as a slot receiver only, but no, he's a Z. He can go deep on you all day. I think he's a true Z, like Chris. All right, that's my prospect 27 in this class off of the board. That is an S. It's an S plus for me, because is he my guy? No, I do have concerns about Ladd, and this is in the Senior Bowl and throughout his career. He was not heavily targeted. His production was not incredibly insane or high, so I do have concerns about why aren't quarterbacks actually targeting him when he's on the field more than they do, because he gets open seemingly. So it's a little strange. But I think at the NFL level, like, he got held a lot at the Senior Bowl. So at the NFL level, that stuff gets called. That could help him to get all the more open if guys have to be less handsy than him than they were in college. That's to... I think it's a great start to the draft for this new Chargers organization there. Strength, amazing at getting open. Separation numbers are in the top 90th plus percentile. He is a willing blocker, so that's something that definitely this organization now will appreciate. Had guys holding him all over the place at the Senior Bowl. Plays tough and fights for every yard. His route running, maybe his releases actually could be cleaned up a little bit. However, that might be part of what allows him to be so elusive. So debatable. And he's got a horrible catch radius, which goes back to maybe why he doesn't get thrown to all the time. Maybe quarterbacks are a little less comfortable with that. So Atlanta's on the clock here at pick 35. Was that a trade? Yeah. So who are you coming up for? Could be wide receiver? Marshawn Nealand? Jonah Ellis? Atlanta. Jonah Ellis could make sense for them. Like a designated pass rusher. So Jerzon or Jonah Ellis, I guess, is my bet here for Atlanta. Anybody in here, you know, feel free to let me know in chat who your guesses are at each and every pick. Or just hang out. No need to participate. That's my job.
Commanders are in fact on the clock next, so Atlanta has traded and then handed their pick.
When you look at this draft class and talking to a lot of people around the
Say the Panthers are on the clock next? No, Washington. Commanders.
the top players in this class. After that, it becomes a flavor draft. Grades are all over the map. So you're going to see a rush right now to try and get
Can agree with that.
feels comfortable.
I think this is where we're starting to talk about what Rich described at the beginning of our show. You draft for Atlanta, sign Kirk Cousins, you're thinking about fortifying your team, which we've all said, and they've said, is a contender in the NFC South. They were disappointed they didn't win it last year. So they're saying to yourself, okay, now, normally draft quarterback, you got to build around it. No, that's not the
Compare my board to Jeremiah's board. I was trying to see where he had Jackson Powers Johnson. I'm surprised he's got him a little lower. It appears.
Newton probably gives them their value in terms of trying to get that done.
I mean, most likely, yes. Fisk is still out there. Interior, obviously Newton. You've got edge guys, maybe Braylon Trice, Nealand. You mentioned him. If they want to go defense, those are some of those names.
I think Jonah Ellis probably makes a little more sense for the Falcons, though.
Time for the bad moon to rise over this event. There you go.
Well played, sir.
Michigan State's finest, Andre Rison, coming out looking like he can give us
Uh-oh.
some snaps right now.
What's up?
The Atlanta Falcons selection.
We got a kid. We got a kid. He's gonna join us for a pick.
Congratulations to the city of Detroit.
It's Andre Rison right there.
NFL Draft 2024. Across America. The Arizona Cardinals have traded their 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL
Who is it?
Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
Rook Aurora. Hey, not bad. Not bad pronunciation. Took him a moment. All right. So that's a run defender. Not what they were trying to tell me. He said that Atlanta was coming in for an edge rusher. Sent me on the wrong path. Rook, how fun. Oh, Bengal's got to be jacked about that. I know he's throwing hook 'em horns up. Is that? How do you hook 'em horns? Is that it?
You see those tools, the explosiveness, but just trying to get a better sense, a better feel.
Rook goes to Atlanta.
Those are areas that he can improve.
Um,
You watch him play, the explosiveness jumps off the screen.
that's gonna be a B. That's a B. I like Rook. The roll. What's up, man? All right, Rook. Where is he on my all around list here? 56th prospect on my list. No hate. I like Rook. He's very similar to Chris Jenkins, who I like more by a little ways. In many ways. So, Rook. Oh gosh, oh no. Mute that crap. Hey, by the way, the roll. How does that work with me talking and the TV? Because for me, the TV is incredibly loud, but I know the mic's not picking it up as much. So, is it clear when I'm talking, or is that a little too loud, the TV? Let me know. My buddy said the TV was good, but I didn't check with the crossover of me talking. Rook, 6'4", 295 pounds. His strengths, good pass rush win rate, 8.7. That's right. He is a better pass rusher than I give him credit for. Can get low to creates good leverage. He got a high motor. Weaknesses: his arm length could use some work on his pass rush moves. Consistency with his technique. He was an above average pass rush grade and a good run defense grade. So it's not like he, was an absolute stud in college like Jerzon Newton was, but part of projections, scouting, and everything is projecting into the future. So obviously they felt that they saw something that they liked a lot there in Atlanta, but that's also why I give it a B. I think it's a little bit early for his skill set from what I saw and how I projected it forward, but my opinion is not God's like. Yes, it's clear. I don't hear the TV. Well, I don't have the TV on right at this moment because it's on commercials. So check back with that. Let me know if it's bad once I got the TV back on. I don't know who my Chargers drafted. Who is it? Yeah, they drafted Lad McConkey there. So very good. You can be happy with that, man. I think you missed it. So like I comp him a lot bit to Chris Godwin. Not Godwin. Chris Olave. He is not just a slot guy. He's gonna be your Z, and probably your best wide receiver for now. So, for instance, even in college, he played outside far more than he did play from the slot. He played over 75% of the time he played out on the perimeter, not in the slot. Very Chris Olave copy. So, if you like Chris Olave, I think that's what you're getting to many extents, honestly, in Lad. My biggest concern for him is just that his production wasn't that great in college, and at the Senior Bowl, he still, even though he would get open a lot, he struggled to actually get targeted by the quarterback. So, like, what's the disconnect there between him getting open and the ball not coming his way? Maybe, guys, he has a really small catch radius. Maybe quarterbacks are a little uncomfortable throwing to him because of that. I don't know. But work around with a guy enough, they'll get comfortable throwing to you. All right, so there's that volume. First of all, can you hear that? And then when I'm talking at the same time, am I more clear than the TV so it's not like interfering with one another? Or are we competing for your ear hole? Let me know. I know it's not loud for you. It's very loud for me. So Washington, I've often Marshawn Kneeland. I've thought here. Perfect. Thanks. They could go Cooper DeJean. They're in need of a safety, but I think they want somebody who's a little bit more of a communicator than that.
We're honored to have a true legend of the Washington franchise in the NFL.
Offensive line could always be a choice for them here. Wide receiver could be. If they like someone. Like Roman, Malachi. Probably don't need to do that.
Sportsmanship and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire
Braden Fisk. Jerzon. Yeah, the board's open here for Washington. Let's see.
legacy. Today we celebrate Darrell Green's extraordinary career. Darrell, you will forever be remembered as one of the greatest to grace the game.
One of the what? Greatest of the game? Woo! Go Darrell. He was very good. And he's got my number, 28, baby. They put the jersey on. Roger Goodell, like, forcing him to put the jersey on. It's true, he's in good shape. Might be a little underweight.
I think he's still got Rich.
Nice start. Wow, so we're the pick is in for Washington, New England. They're gonna start flying here. Tennessee's on the clock. Tennessee's needs are very similar to Washington here. Some of those guys that I mentioned.
And I appreciate you. The NFL appreciate you. The Commanders appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Braden Fisk specifically I've given to Tennessee. Always nice to see a fan base get excited about their future.
I'm here for an important reason, to add to our tradition, to add to our success. The 36th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jazon.
Jerzon, baby. They got a good pick there. That's a definite S tier for me. There we go. Good job. Not gonna give it a plus, but very, very nice. My number 18 player here at pick 36. That's probably the biggest, technically the biggest steal, but I still think most effective steal will have been my boy Quinion here. Philly. Alright, New England's pick is already in. We talked a little bit about that already, but Tennessee coming up. It's coming. It's coming. I've given you guys Blake Corum like every freaking time. Braden Fisk, I think, very much in play here for Tennessee after New England. I mean, they could always use edge, linebacker. They could go for linebacker. It's a need. Linebacker is really a position that if you have a need at it, you're not going to get a fix from a rookie ever. Cooper DeJean, and then safety. Cooper DeJean, Tyler Nubin. Tyler Nubin is one actually specifically that I would, put a bet on as a guy who I think they're looking for, a guy who I've projected to him. So Braden Fisk, Tyler Nubin, I think are my top 2 picks for Tennessee, if I had to take a guess there. But Cooper DeJean definitely not expected to be here. So I could easily see them liking Cooper. All right, New England, Michael Onwenu about to make the pick. Offensive line, wide receiver. Which will it be? Quarterback. They're going to double dip.
With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots select Jalen Polk, receiver.
Jalen Polk goes. That's a good fit. It's a good fit for the cold weather. Yeah. All the way down there. I'm not as high up on Jalen Polk as a lot of people. That's going to be a D. I'm going to give that a D+. I do like Jalen Polk. And I feel bad giving him a D because that's not what I think of the player exactly. Just a little too early for me. Junkyard dog is the word that gets used for Jalen Polk, thanks to Connor Rogers. So, I'm sorry, I didn't read my thing on Jerzon, did I? My bad. Jerzon, very exciting player. Pass rush, beast. Struggles a little bit against the run. There's your Jerzon analysis. Jalen Polk, my number 82 player. Overall. Just behind Malik Washington, who I really like a lot. So, I'm going to stick true to how I do this. It's a D for me. I'm not even going to give it a D+. He's not like a my guy either. But I do like him quite a bit. Trying to think of their roster. I'm going to stick with the D. It's so close. It's even like a D/D+. It's that borderline. Oh boy. I should have muted that a while ago. We'll get quicker on that one. So 6'1.5" for Jalen Polk, 204 pounds, contested catch rate of 54.2%, which is quite high. But as they mentioned too, doesn't really get a great amount of separation too often. I didn't see a whole lot of special traits with him. That was my issue for Jalen Polk. Feel like he's like a good wide receiver 3, a very good wide receiver 3. Like what's his name for Cincinnati for so long, who was a great wide receiver 2 when asked to be the wide receiver 2. Why can't I think of his name? Free agent right now. But then he'll be. I think of him like that. Like he can function as a wide receiver 2. You'd rather have him as your wide receiver 3. But once there's 2 better wide receivers, you know, it's not like he's gonna be putting up a whole lot of production, but he'll be your trustworthy guy for third downs and whatnot. Versatile inside, outside receiver. So that's nice for New England. They need somebody who can probably go on the outside, which is what they're going to ask of Jalen Polk. Not a high-end athlete. 2023 was his breakout season, like it was for like everybody on the Washington Huskies. He's poor off the line of scrimmage. He's kind of drags off the line of scrimmage. He's not explosive at all. But like I said, very tough. Junkyard dog is the word that Connor Rogers used and works very nicely, and I like and steal that from him. I think it was also Connor Rogers who said he's Chris Godwin light. And to me, the light version of Chris Godwin's, once again, we're talking like wide receiver 3 type territory. 2-3. That's not really what I'm looking to grab at the top of the second round. So that's why he ends up that's why he ended up with the grade that I have there as a third round grade on him. But I still like him. Let's see. I think he has developed to go if he's going to be a difference maker at the next level, but has a solid floor as a contributor at the next level. So there you go. That was my ultimate note on him: is a little bit of development. We'll go a fair bit of development. We'll go a fair ways, but the floor is nice. Tyler Boyd is who I was trying to think of. As far as, I'm not talking about play style or anything, just he might be able to put up some pretty decent numbers as a wide receiver too, but the moment that you get a good third wide receiver in there, those numbers will drop off pretty quickly. But just like another guy who I compare him to, Jawan Jennings for San Francisco. I think play style wise, now we're talking about as a comp. I'm generally shocked the Chargers didn't go Roman Wilson. You should be happy they did it. I think that was the right choice. Nothing against Roman Wilson, but Ladd McConkey, and I've got a full grade better on him. So, shows you they're not playing too much bias, at least towards Michigan guys. But Blake Corum, I got a feeling they're gonna want. We'll see. Maybe not. He got a lot of tread on his tires and all that. Injury history. You know, one thing to also think about with these guys is he recruited probably a lot of these guys in this class, and he didn't get everybody he wanted in the recruiting process. You know, some guys decided to go elsewhere. So there could be guys that he liked more than the guys that he recruited for his own team out there that are available. So is this over? We got, yeah, Jerzon Newton was the winner of the poll. So we'll end that. Yeah. You know, if you got a good poll idea, let me know, but I'm not trying to keep up with that tonight. Titans selection pick is in. I told you I was thinking safety or interior defensive line. Linebacker kind of my third most likely pick here for them. Braden Fisk. Nubin / DeJean. So he would have been like a first-round guy. Dang. Yeah, I mean, went interior defensive line. I thought with the DUI he was going to drop a lot more. So here's where this sucks. I don't want to give him this grade, but I have to. Ugh. It's an F. It's an E. It's an E. Thank you. It's an E+. I mean, I love Devondre Sweat when he's on the field.
I don't believe he's a big time rusher. You see flashes of it, like this one against
All right, so he's a disruptor. Big man, 370 something pounds.
to that. So someone, if you want an interior pass rusher, I don't believe that's him.
6'4.5", 366 pounds. Great to elite pass rush win rate in college at 15.3%. He's a size and powers guy. He's not steamrolling. If he's not steamrolling someone, he can at least walk them back into the quarterback's lap. So that'll be great. He's not all size and power. He has strong footwork, good eyes, and uses his hands well. He's pretty athletic for a man his size. He does not have the most violent hands. Weaknesses here, he struggles to block shed. His lateral movement is not really in his bag of tools. Obviously, is much more better north to south. And his motor, his conditioning, is a concern. He slows down as the game goes along, and that was part of why I thought that he was probably going to be a second to third round draft pick, just because I didn't think teams would see the ability to use him as a 3-down guy, which I assumed meant that you're not really thinking about him until at least like halfway through the second round. Then you got the OWI, and I bumped him down to a third to fourth round draft grade because he does have a history of drinking and partying that he was very open about with teams. And I thought with that little relapse there that that would really scare teams away. But Tennessee's getting one heck of a player here. And he's a guy who's going to be good in the locker room, too. He's a very fun, loving kind of dude. But I thought maybe that would also put teams off just a little bit. He was like almost a little too like Gronkowski-esque in his personality. Very, very, like, I don't know how often he takes anything serious, but you know, we saw how that worked out for Gronk. All right, Rams on the clock here. Pick 7. The pick is in. They're up there. Isaac Bruce.
The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams.
You heard that, right? Carolina traded it.
With the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fisk.
There he goes. It's Braden, but he tried. Nice. I love Fisk. Different position, but I kind of think of him in some ways. He reminds me in some ways of Max Crosby from Las Vegas. That's going to be an A? S. A. B. It's a B. I like it. It's a B+. Make sure of that. Yeah, B. We're still in the 1 to 2 territory. There are some concerns for him, so let's go over that. 6'3.5", 292 pounds. Concerns: not the best tackler. Struggles to take on double teams, and he has extremely short arms and wingspan. So that's kind of big. He, as part of why Jerzon Newton fell too. He has a smaller, short arms. Block shedding and all that gets all the tougher, but he can offset that in some ways. So strengths, good pass rush win rate. He is consistent, elite quickness off line. If you can get into somebody else's chest, it kind of doesn't matter how long those arms are, because you can deliver him a punch in the chest, get him off balance, and keep on him moving forward. He's very heavy-handed and aggressive. He can push blockers back, disengage from blocks, or control the block. So that's very impressive for a guy with short arms to be able to do. The question is how does that translate at the next level? Is he going to continue to be able to do that with the better, tougher competition, bigger, stronger guys? We'll see. He's got good footwork, though. Everything starts with the feet, so that's very strong there. Good to great pass rush grade in college. Average run defender. Pretty decent run defender. Nothing like bad about that, I don't think, in his game. He dominated at the combine, and his excellent showing backed up, oh gosh, what is seen on the field with an exclamation point. So yeah, he did very good at the combine as well. And once again, those numbers at the combine backed up what you see. You know what these strengths are, that elite quickness and everything. I don't remember what the number is off the top of my head, but very, very good 10-yard split and maybe 3-cone drill for him. So Philadelphia is now at pick 8. Is that another trade? Are we just seeing all trades right here? I feel like that was another trade. I don't know why this isn't. Probably because I'm not seeing the whole screen. Not showing the trades. And then the Packers are on after Philly. See, they show that it's a trade ahead of time, but once the pick is in and everything, it doesn't show it. Oh, here we go. Underneath, maybe it'll show it. Chicago, yeah, this was Chicago, Washington, Philly. No, I think this was Philly. BT, what's up, BT? Sorry, missed the stream last night. That's all right. Was watching with my family. All good, all good. But what did you think of the Vikings night 1? I thought they were very wise not to waste all that nice capital of theirs to move up to like pick 5 for JJ McCarthy. I like JJ McCarthy a lot. I didn't think he's worth all the extra capital, and I didn't think that anybody else really did either. So being patient, I felt really paid off for them. And then Dallas Turner is going to be an excellent fit. I don't know exactly how much they ended up giving up to make those trade ups. Somebody I know, like a Lions fan or something on somewhere today, I saw like saying haha to the Vikings giving up all that, like they have no more capital for next year or the rest of this year. I don't know, but you know, I think the Vikings still have quite a few holes. I don't think they're, you know, competing this year, but I like JJ McCarthy. That's a nice quick replacement. I think he has a decently solid chance of success. And Dallas Turner, my number 3 edge rusher. So I mean, grade wise, how did this work out? Got an A for Dallas Turner. Now I have my grades are I have a system that I'm going through for the grading based on where they're taken and where I have them ranked, what kind of grading I have on them. So there's not too much, but I gave the pluses and the minuses are kind of like my personal feeling as well. So I gave an A+ to JJ McCarthy. So obviously, the grading so far for my system loves it. I like it. I don't know what else you do. You know what I mean? Except for maybe just sitting there up until 23 and like getting Quinyon Mitchell. I would have liked that more. So it wasn't my best outcome for them, but definitely not shabby at all. Or even taking Quinyon Mitchell when they traded up. All right, so the Eagles, commies switch 40th, 50th pick, and some other 2 other picks they swapped around. So Commanders, do the Commanders like being called the commies? I feel like that's not right. So Eagles coming up here. Is it Malachi Corley? Is it? Could be a linebacker. Could be edge rusher, Marshawn Nealand, or something like that. Either one of those guys, I'd say. Jax Powers-Johnson, definitely a possibility. Trying to remember what they did. Same with Zach Frazier, really. Yesterday. They got Quinyon. And I mean, Malachi Corley would be... Well, A.D. Mitchell, they might like. That would be possible. I really want to see Malachi Corley with the Eagles, though. Eagles selection.
Eagles have definitely changed my life.
What do you think, BT? You like it?
This organization going on my 15th year.
Happy with your Vikings?
Able to announce his pick. And the Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean.
Oh, yeah. Wow, they went 2. All right, so the safety, obviously, or safety, future slot slot corner for him. Oh, exciting. And Eagles, oh, there's like half of Eagles fan base is just crying right now. They just drafted their 5th and 6th cornerbacks. They didn't need cornerback. Their secondary was so good last year. You don't even know. All right, they get my top remaining player in Cooper DeJean. For the second time, they're getting the top remaining player on my board, who has fallen quite a ways for my board of this draft. Look at you guys go. Cooper, going to Philly. Love it. Fixing that secondary with one fell swoop here in this draft with those first 2 picks. So that is going to be, I mean, that's an S. I want to give it an S plus here. Yeah. I think the fit is great too for Philly. So I give that plus for the fit as much as anything. There we go. That's to bring us on to my next grading scale. So now, anybody who's got a 2nd round grade is going to be an A. And everything else above that's an S. So whenever Kool-Aid McKinstry goes, that's an S tier, etc. Penix or Bo Nix in Dynasty? Bo Nix. Penix might not pay off for like 3 years. I like Bo Nix. I think it's quite good. JJ at pick 10 is nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, BT, let me know what you thought. Did you enjoy? Did your family like the Vikings draft? Saints are on the clock. Offensive line, Patrick Paul. I've done the double offensive line here for him. Packers move back because we didn't get Cooper DeJean, maybe. And apparently we didn't want Kool-Aid. I thought we would have. I guess we're sticking with our cornerbacks. So New Orleans spends their capital to come up for Kool-Aid. I mean, I get it, you're bored, but man, I don't know, New Orleans. I don't know about that. It's an S. I'd give it a minus, but the minus will show up in other ways. There's nothing wrong with the fit or anything, and the need. I don't disagree with any of that. But my overall grading is not going to view this pick as an S tier pick for New Orleans, I don't think. I was very happy. I wanted May, yeah, of course, but McCarthy and arguably the best pass rusher in the draft. I'd say the 2nd highest ceiling and the 3rd most, or tied for even 2nd most, like ready to go day 1. So kind of the 2nd best in 2 different categories for him, which made a nice mix that definitely was number 1 on plenty of people's boards. Pretty much replaced Cousins and Hunter with good talent, hopefully. Yeah, exactly. Got younger, which you needed to do. I thought last year you guys should have kind of like just started the rebuild already for this year, but you know, a little bit of a year late thing here for Minnesota, but they never like to be too bad. So they're always happy to be middle of the road. But yeah, good replacements, that's for sure. And Houston up next. Could we go interior defensive line? Could we go cornerback? Edge? Whatever the flavor is here could all make sense. I think they have some need for linebacker, slight need safety. Could make sense. Tyler Newman.
42nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Amari Lassiter, defensive back.
Hey, he did go nice and early. So that 5-6 time or whatever that was reported, that's definitely not what Houston recorded. That's not the time. There's no way. He wouldn't get drafted this early if that was the time. So that's why I have this double asterisk here. I'm going with that wasn't the time. I'm giving him I'm moving him up because of where he gets drafted here. I don't care.
Always under control. Might not run the fastest as you want, but he's always in great position. He can, for some of that lack of speed because of the instincts and again the toughness.
So he'll probably go down in the slot nonetheless. I'm sure his time wasn't 5.4.
3 wide receivers taken, 3 defensive backs taken.
Shoot, one moment.
Not a lot of variety through the first 10 picks of tonight's.
Ain't no. Oh gosh, get off of here. That is music. I don't have the rights to that. All right. I kicked him down because of concerns of that thing. But I'm saying that's a definite sign. So, who was that? Houston. It's their nickelback. Slot corner. Kamari Lassiter. Second round grade on him leaves us with an A. I like it a lot. Kamari's a beast. Pretty much replaced Cousins and Hunter. Yeah, I was fine with it. I got an A on that. I thought that was it would have been a B if it was one pick earlier as far as my grading system goes. But I've mocked him to Green Bay before. He's a Green Bay guy. I think they wanted to add an offensive lineman at least here, and if you think of what our needs are and everything, it makes sense to get that offensive lineman there. It's not exciting. I think he's very talented, though. I have all the faith in the world that he'll be a successful, helpful to our offensive line, and that's very important. So, I think it's a fine pick. You know, I'm not jumping up and down in excitement from the pick, but I have no problems with it. It's a good pick. I liked it. But yeah, some people didn't like it. Some people, you know, I was relatively high on him. Maybe my 33rd or something ranked guy. So like I thought they'd probably go Kool-Aid over him. They just traded away Kool-Aid, or traded away the opportunity to take Kool-Aid, so obviously they didn't want him. All right, I will leave Kamari on my overall board though, which is up on the internet forever at 65, where I had him, but he would have got moved up otherwise. All right, top 10 still showing there. Yeah, thanks for asking, PT. I had no problem with it. Kamari Lassiter. Okay, 5'11", 186 pounds. He's a fundamentally sound guy, and thus at the end, I wrote that he's like a guaranteed cornerback 3 at the next level at the worst. Like that's his floor. Ultra quick and physical. His click and close game is strong, which means like when you're in zone or whatever, the stop recognition that the ball is being thrown and then closing in and getting the tackle or coming up, swatting the ball down, maybe even intercepting the ball. Shuttle and cone drills were above average to very good, which is a sign of that click and close being real and all that. 10 forced incompletions, ultra sticky. Once again, that goes hand in hand with that ultra quick physical kind of play. Elite, only 38.5% of the throws against him were completed. He was very, very good. Questions, long speed. This is why you probably want him in as your slot corner. Not incredibly aggressive versus the run. That's a knock at him being at your slot. So, who knows? But depending on, I guess, that 40 time and all, how comfortable, maybe they would feel comfortable putting him out on the perimeter. Below average arm length and wingspan, obviously not great. Great in coverage. Kirby Joseph thinks that he is a dog and puts in the work. So once again, that goes with being fundamentally sound. Like he puts in the work, he watches the tape and everything. You'd love that from a guy. So, yeah, love him. Guaranteed CB3 unless reported. If this is true, maybe if not, Kamari may be the best as a slot cornerback, nickelback. Yeah. So. We'll see what their plan is with him, but I would initially suspect here at least that slot corner might be where they're thinking they're going to have to put him. 21 years old, too. He's nice and young. Kool-Aid. So, Arizona's back on the clock. Did they move up as well? Are we having that many trades here? I figured it'd be a trade-heavy day, but it seems like way more than trade-heavy. All right, that's coming up. Kool-Aid McKinstry, 5'11 and a half, 199 pounds. Press man coverage kind of guy. Jams well, hands placements well. High IQ, started as a freshman. He's one step ahead of Kamari Lassiter in many ways, and actually have written on him like he's a guaranteed CB2 as far as his floor being extremely high. Like he's probably not going to fail in the league is how I feel about him. Very girthy. You know, you don't have to worry about his health too much. Great in run support compared to Kamari. Plays hard along the line of scrimmage against screens and everything. Love that. Long arms to chop from behind. Grabby in intermediate coverage. He just needs to trust himself a little bit more sometimes when guys are going up against his speed, because that is his biggest flaw, is that high-end ultra speed. Also 21 years old. And of course, both of them playing at Alabama. Well, one of them playing at Alabama, one of them playing at Georgia. Both, saw some competition. All right, Cardinals. Yeah, baby! Go, Max. That's my guy. I love Max Melton. My CB6. Now, he isn't my guy because although I didn't quite discover him, the boys, Connor Rogers and the fantasy football, what are they, football stock exchange guys, kind of brought him on my screen, but once I watched that tape, man, talk about somebody with like a great click and close. I absolutely love it for him. So 5'11", 193 pounds, sits on routes with patient. That click and close is brilliant along with that, and he can jump the ball well. So that's the click and close there. But he's very smart about how he sits on his routes for that. He plays with tenacity. He's very physical, and he's very aware of what's going on in the field. He's good in both man and zone coverages, and he's an inside-out guy. He can play on both. Oakland's already coming up onto the clock. Issues with him are tackling, not the quickest. Plays too far off of his man, allows a little bit too much buffer zone there for guys to just get the catch and then tackling them. But was that something that he was asked to do at the college level? Possibly. Oh, also he showed up against the toughest competition was when he had his best games. I love a dog like that. JPJ going to Las Vegas. Good for them. All right, so Max Melton, second round draft grade on him. That's an A for me. That's an A plus. To Arizona, and then Las Vegas. So that's great for Arizona. They needed that. That works out well for them. And Vegas is going to get an S here. Probably going to be using him as a guard, not his natural position, but that's okay. Right guard, I believe, will be where he'll go. And they can always put him into center in the future. He's a beast. Very stout. Hydrant. Think of a hydrant. 6'3.5", 328 pounds, plays with an edge, able to push defenders on their own butt, which is always, you never want your players on their butt, but you do want the other team's players on their butts. Size and power kind of guy. He's extremely girthy, like I said, power hydrant, or fire hydrant. Above average strength to go along with that. And he's also quite athletic, which when you think about that size, that's quite the duo combo, and that's part of why he's so great as a center. Green Bay Packers, by the way, pick is in. Weakness, quickness, and length, elite pass and run blocker. Plug and play at center. Did play both center and guard at the Senior Bowl and did well at the Senior Bowl. There were health concerns, which is probably what pushed him down the chart, the board today and yesterday. Pick is in for the Green Bay Packers at pick 45. Safety, linebacker. And this Rackstraw I could see, but it'd be weird that they would have passed up on like Kool-Aid and stuff. Marshawn Nealand I could see him doing, just cause. Zach Frazier. I wouldn't be shocked. Wide receiver, A.D. Mitchell or something. I wouldn't be shocked. What we got? Linebacker. I always went, it was just a flavor thing. I always went Peyton Wilson because he's my number one. And he was still available there. But, I like this. It's an A. It's not an A plus. I don't love Edgerrin Cooper. He's not my guy or anything. But we need a linebacker. It was a great fit. 6'2", 229 pounds. Quick, short area closing speed, which you love. Above average long speed to cover tight ends and running backs. We need that. We love that. Great to have as a linebacker. Extremely long arms. Very long wingspan. Great. They seem to really like long-armed. No. Actually, that was the exact opposite of our other linebacker. Should help him to shed would-be blockers. However, that is not an area that he needs improvement on. So he's got the tools to be a good block shedder, but he wasn't a good block shedder. And he plays mean. You always love that. Weaknesses, of course, his height, 6'2". He's on the smaller side, but that's pretty normal for linebackers these days. Slightly too slender. He needs to bulk up a little bit. He completely whiffs on too many tackles, and he gets overly aggressive and fights on false action too often. So those are the negatives. He's a great pass rusher. A lot of people actually think he's essentially an edge rusher. I think he's got more to him than that. He's great against the run. He's great in coverage. Just average in terms of the tackling issue. Took a big leap in 2023, so you hope that will continue. And he was a Mike in college, so he has said, however, that he doesn't want to be a Mike linebacker. He would like to just like go, and I don't think the Packers need Mike, so that works. Yes, I plan on streaming both rounds BT. Thank you for asking. Thank you for checking. I don't know. Yes, I am. All right, JPJ off the chart. So Edgerrin Cooper, my number 41 player overall. They got at what, 45? You like that? Peyton Wilson, a lot of injury issues. I'm not too surprised that they passed up on him. But that makes sense. I've done this trade back, get the linebacker, get the safety later. I like the strategy so far for the Pack. A.D. Mitchell, double checking. Panthers. By the way, another trade. I think this was from earlier. AD. Yo, did I do that in my final mock? No, it wasn't Jonathan Brooks. Who did I give them? I gave him Kamani Mitchell. Kamani Vidal. Yeah, the running backs suck. They just got the best running back in the draft. Good for them. He had a ACL injury, so he's probably not going to be great this year because he's still going to be recovering, but he might be able to start the season even. So his injury was pretty early on in the, I think it was in October of 2023. Carolina, that an A, and that's probably going to be an A plus. from me. Oh, that's, yeah, A plus. I love Jonathan Brooks. I think he's special. I think he would have been in consideration in the first round if it wasn't for that ACL injury. And the fact that he gets taken here mid-second round probably tells you that that would be the case. In consideration. That's all. So where did I have him? My 44th player. Got taken after pick 46. Look at that. On my board. Max Melton's gone. Get him off of here.
Rich, you guys mentioned the knee injury for Jonathan Brooks. It is a clean ACL tear during the season. Dr. Dan Cooper from the Dallas Cowboys did this surgery, which is why so many people thought he was going to Dallas. My understanding is he is on track and will July 1st, so before training camp.
There we go.
Giants pick is in, and we're going to take a break while the Jaguars are on the clock.
Yeah, so I don't think teams are too concerned about that, but production year one will probably be down at least until like halfway through the season or something like that. Which, you know, for a team like Carolina, what does that matter? Hey, shut up. There we go. All right. The pick is in for New York. Jaguars are on the clock. What are you looking for in New York? What do you think? Oh, let me talk about that. Let me talk about that. Jonathan Brooks, 6 foot, 202 pounds. He excels in pass blocking too, so that's absolutely fantastic. Seemingly, he never stops accelerating. He goes through contact, and I swear to God, the man doesn't slow down while he's got two people hanging off of him. And it's not like he's power running through it. It's just that, like, he just kind of bounces right through it. I don't know how to, like a magnet's pulling him from the other side or something. He just continues to go right through often enough. Runs through tackles. He doesn't have elite speed, but nothing slows him down. So as you can see, I love that. As far as his health, obviously that would have been a concern. ACL injury happened November 23rd. November of 23, not October. Yeah, October would have been quite early. So that makes more sense. Route running in the passing game, not a strength of his. I don't know how much that was really asked of him anyways. And sometimes he doesn't take what he's given and he looks for more, which is a common issue with several of the running backs in this class. But he does that way less than Trey Benson, for instance. He's a great he was great in terms of his rushing grade. He's great elusiveness, and he is good to great yards after contact. So he creates a lot of yards, which is what I like to see from a running back. I like to see them create yards. Even if the blocking in front of you sucks, can you get me 3 yards? Please do. If all you can do is get me 3 yards because that's what the blocking gave you, what kind of good are you to me? He may not be elite, but I have a hard time imagining him failing at the next level. He is a great running back. Was my final note on Jonathan Brooks. I love him. He's really, really, really good. Not quite as good as the 2 running backs last year, but like probably better than Chase Brown, who I had as my RB4, maybe RB5 last year. Okay, looks like I'm all caught up on everything. Oh, I hate how they bunch these up so much. Space them out nicely for me. Every 7 minutes, put one out. And I can just talk about them comfortably, prepare for the next one comfortably. And I'll be on here tomorrow as well, BT. I don't know how my main focus will be doing the grading, so that way I can kind of like start on the videos immediately Monday morning. But the quicker that you get those out, you know, people start to forget about the draft pretty quickly and move on with their lives. So the quicker you get those out, get those grades out and everything, the better. But I will still be here, just much more so as a watch along than a commentary. Giants on the clock and coming up to the podium with Tiki.
Special shout out to former New York Giant and now your beloved head coach, Dan Campbell.
But what I will do, being here tomorrow, is if your team takes a player, even if it was earlier on in the day or whatnot, you come through. I'll give you my notes on them, let you know what I thought about it and all that too. Just ask and chat. Giant select.
Tyler Newman, safety, Minnesota.
I definitely made that play for them. I think the most. Washington and New York was always one of them for Tyler Newman here.
He's the best safety in the draft class, the first one to go. So we're seeing
Um,
running backs, linebackers, safeties. Welcome
what do we have? Pick 47 there.
as the best safety in the draft.
Today,
Production to back
not my guy.
13 career
I have concerns about him,
tremendous awareness.
but this is where you should grab him. So, it's a good player.
And Joel, you've seen Minnesota play. What is it they doing in developing defensive backs there? Because the instincts
Past him. There we go. My number 49 player on my board gets taken at pick 47. Solid. There we go. So my board's still holding pretty strong today. No C's yet. Which would just mean like a reach of like 1.5. Well, let's see. Be like currently a round 3 graded guy. Oh, there was a bad grade. Which was I hated Tavondre Sweat. Yeah. That doesn't count. I'll definitely be looking at that different when I'm looking at him without that grade next to it. Oh, and Jalen Polk too, which we knew that was going to happen. All right, Jacksonville pick is in. Bengals pick is in. Jacksonville cornerback. Did they get one yet? Oh, I think they'd like Ennis Ragshaw. Sounds like James Stewart's sister just passed away very recently. Sad. There we go. That's gonna be different than my board. So it's a guy who, I mean, he was thought to be a first-round draft grade not too long ago. Fell quite a bit on the public boards. Obviously, not every team. He's a big dude. Listen to them.
top 10 potential pick. Then the injury then was a little slow to come back from that. But when you look at Joel, when you're looking at trying to
Okay, injury excuse.
front, and you bring over Eric Armstead, who's huge. We know about Trayvon Walker, what a physical freak he was as the first overall pick. They've got some rare dudes now, just in terms of the size, length, up front. And with that depth, you also get some versatility. He played free technique just outside of the guard offensive line, but he can't everywhere. He played 22 games because of that injury, so he does need development. Talking Jacksonville about taking him inside.
Big dude, 6'5", 306 pounds, good to great pass rush, win rate, quick initial step, that goes hand in hand. Agility / overall athleticism, these are all strengths. Ability to set the edge is great, so that's against the run, and making sure that like the quarterback doesn't scramble out your side, leak that side. His tackling is great, extremely long arms and an extremely long wingspan as well. So that just means that it's like 2 deviations above average when I say the word extremely. So very, very long arms and wingspan. Weaknesses, he did have that injury, that they were talking about in 2022. So his development was behind pace. That set him back. Sure, that set him back in terms of how well he performed in 2023. High pad level, needs development with more pass rush moves. His production and his experience are also his weakness. So a lot of his weaknesses go with not getting enough use. So it makes sense, I guess, that he's getting taken here. Bad against run defense, great against the pass. 21 and a half years old yet. So, promising guy. I'm actually going to give that an E+. I feel like I misevaluated him a little bit. Because so much of that is just development and getting on the field more and more experience. And he's got all the tools, all the physical tools. Michael's Budget Podcast. Yo, long time no see. What's up, man? Last time I saw you was the final week of Fantasy. Well, it is a pleasure seeing you again. I do recognize you. Thank you for stopping on through, man. How have you been? Or, no, it's Michael. Unless it's Mikel. Maybe you're European. Which could be like Michelle. Bengals. There we go, Bengals. Perfect. What you need, run defender. Excellent fit. That's going to get a plus on the scale here. Pick 49. Second round pick. That is an A plus for me. I'm handing out pluses here today. I'm in a good mood. Cincinnati. Wonderful fit.
Your defensive tackle, the nickname you want is the mutant. That's the nickname that you should covet, and that's the nickname he earned.
Sorry if my cat's hitting the...
Ultra
And if my volume goes out, obviously let me know. That's because of the cat, then.
Michigan, and Joel, you know this.
Jenkins. So this is obviously ex-Packer, ex-Philadelphia Eagle, ex-Philadelphia Eagle, Chris Jenkins, ex-Packer, Colin Jenkins, nephew of the ex-Packer, son of Chris Jenkins. They're showing an adorable picture of him when he was younger on NFL Network, if you can see that. 6 foot 2.5, 299 pounds, great pass rush win rate of 11%. Very strong punch, great arms, high positional IQ, disciplined gap control, gets nice and low in his pre-snap stance, which was something that we saw last year too with, can't think of his name right now, that Dallas drafted from Michigan, where they almost got too low. And above average arm length, which goes a long ways. Weaknesses, needs to add to his pass rush repertoire. You know, you can't ask that of every defensive tackle. There's been, this is a class with a lot of guys who have that asset, but sometimes you need to stop the run. He struggles versus double teams. His reaction time to the snap is also slow, which is not good. Good pass rush win rate, great run defense. He is defensive end versatile, even though you can put him in the middle. Number 6 on Bruce Feldman's freaks list, and I think he's super adorable, likable, humble kid. I liked him a lot in his interviews, what I was able to see of him. And the Commanders get Mike Sanderstill. Nice. They like aggressiveness. That fits the profile what I have as far as this coaching staff goes. And a lot of people thought he might slip into the first round. Sorry, Michael. I'll get to you in a moment. They're flying through on me here right now. Where are we? Safety. Mikey. No, he's not safety. Slot. Slot corner only. You're not going to put him out on the perimeter. Washington. That is going to be a B. He's not quite a my guy. And I'm giving out these pluses like I'm calling it here.
As good as he is on the field, as you see here, Joel, everything I've been told about him from a leadership standpoint, change the culture standpoint, and an intelligence standpoint.
5'9.5", 182 pounds for Mikey. He's great at tracking the ball deep. He tackles like a safety. He's great in zone coverage. He's great at recognizing routes, which goes a long ways in zone coverage. Above average quick acceleration. Above average to very powerful lower body power and agility, which gives you a lot of strength, keep you on your feet, and helps with the change of direction abilities. You know, the big butt kind of mentality. It goes a long ways in football. There are plenty of coaches who just look at dudes' butts, and that's what they draft on. Well, who had the biggest butt at the position of need? All right, draft him. So, you know, that's just how it goes. Weaknesses, playing on the outside, not going to do that slot-only guy, below average in run support, which that is an issue for somebody you want in your slot. You want your slot guy to be good against the run, and that's where I have some concerns about him. Something I don't like about his game. He's also very light, extremely short, you know, not very well built, but he makes up for it in feistiness and all that good stuff. He's great in coverage in college. He converted from wide receiver to quarterback, so that gives him some of those understandings of the route recognition and all that. 23 years old, not the youngest lad in the world, but currently in the COVID years, age, not something that I'm holding against guys too much at all. Michael's budget. Burn McCurm likes it. What did you like, Burn? I forget. Who's your team, Burn? You Washington? No. Budget. 1, your fantasy. Hey, you did, man. Nice. Congratulations. That's freaking awesome. By 1 point, starting A.J. Brown, Demerrick Robinson, and Chase. Aha. I'm thinking it's ha ha ha. I'm assuming Chase. Jamar Chase. Dude, congratulations. That's freaking awesome. Another successful story. I think I finished my season poorly. I think I finished in 4th. Cincy. Sorry, working. Hey, working again. That's all good, man. Oh yes, your team is Cincy. Chris Jenkins. Yeah, dude. I mean that you should like that. You understand what your team looked like with DJ Reader and without DJ Reader last season, and what the difference was with the production and how that defense looked. But yeah, that's gonna go a long way. Starts helping that defense. I really like him a lot. Like, check out some interviews on him whenever you get done with work and shit, and you're trying to get ready for bed. He's extremely likable. Am I all caught up? No. I gotta get rid of some dudes on here, right? Oh, whoa. Did that take up the whole screen on there? Alright, Chris Jenkins, did we find him yet? So Chris was my number 55 overall player. But at one point I had him as a borderline first round guy. Mason Smith was my 138th overall player. I'm a big board. Okay, I was caught up at Newman. All right. And then that leaves us with Mike Sanderstill. My 58th overall player. On the big board. There we go. I was wondering, my question this leading into this was also almost going to be, how far does Adonai Mitchell drop? The first 10 picks? Like the first 15? First 25? We're a 3rd round guy. And as we're going along here, boy oh boy. Although, you gotta think, man, he must have interviewed terribly. Yikes. Pittsburgh definitely could be hounding down that tree. But Ennis Rackstra's there too. Pittsburgh might want Ennis Rackstra. We'll see. Steelers are up. I appreciate it, man. I'll do my best to give you as much coverage on these guys as I can. You're a Chiefs fan now? Oh, of course, Zach Frazier. Yes, why wouldn't it be Zach Frazier? Duh. Wonderful pick. That's what they need. Zach Frazier's a dog. If you haven't heard the story, man, in his final game, I assume. Yeah, final game, he broke his leg. The clock is ticking, and you know their offense is going down to win the game, and he's crawling off the field so that his team doesn't have to take a timeout in order to save that timeout for his offense. Like, you know, army crawling with a broken leg instead of just rolling over and saying I'm injured. So you gotta love that. How do you not love that? He's all about football. That's that pick 51. That is an A. And once again, not quite a my guy, but you gotta love it. And that fits a need. You know what? It fits a need. And they were patient about it and everything. Like, that works out perfectly for them. Nice job. He is extremely girthy. Again, very short and very heavy. 6'2.5", 313 pounds. Above average strength, and he has a great anchor, which goes along with the strength and the girth. He has massive hands, a really good grip strength, which you love. Once his hands are locked in on you, you aren't going anywhere against him. His pad level is great, and he's got great foot level. Of course, you know, his pad level, he's able to get good leverage being on the shorter side at 6'2.5". He's about the same height as the shortest, and I'm sure more flexible than too. A lot of interior defensive linemen, defensive tackles that he'd be going up against. So, at the same height or shorter than almost all of them. Weaknesses, lateral mobility. You want him in a gap blocking scheme, which fits here. I think for the most part with Pittsburgh, although their offensive lineman that they drafted earlier was better in zone and not a great run blocker, whatever. Gap blocking guy here. Bull rushes can get Zach Frazier off balance, however, despite his strength. So just got to work on that butt strength a little bit more. He's recovering from a broken leg. Super tough guy. Told you that story. Yeah, there you go. Good pass blocker, great run blocker, and that's what Pittsburgh wants to do. So it's an excellent fit for them in so many ways, and they were patient. Got it. They deserve the plus on that pick. Beautiful. Indianapolis on the clock. Had traded back. Is it Adonai Mitchell here? Could be. Started out as a Chargers fan. Yeah. Not sure how you go from Chargers to a Chiefs fan. Seems suspect. Are you a bandwagon hopper? Teasing you, by the way. 80 Mitchell, Jatavion Sanders. I don't think it's gonna be that. Like Javon Bullard, a safety. Ennis Rackstraw. Zach Frazier was my number 37 guy on the board. Got him at 52 there. 51. It is AD. My number 24 prospect. He is my guy. Interviewed terribly. Guy who quit on, didn't play on routes, or didn't play on downs where he wasn't involved in the play. Running downs, passes where he knew was going to the other side of the field or whatnot. He just didn't do anything. You don't like to see that. You know, that's not great. Xavier Worthy did a little bit of that too. Was that a coaching thing? You know, I don't know. But if it was, he didn't explain it away very well. Apparently he did struggle in interviews. I know I caught wind of that. Not that I have insider sources. I'm not trying to come off like that. But I do try to hear from as many sources as I can through other people who do have sources. And that was something that I saw. So not a shock that he fell. A shock, I think, that he fell this far. And Indianapolis happy to scoop him up here. So that's going to be an S+ for Indianapolis. I think the sky is the limit for him, you know. I love the upside of Adonai Mitchell. Some people say, let's see if I have a comp written down of my own.
If you wonder how such a talented player falls to where he did, my understanding is it was for AD Mitchell. Interviews were not great. A little interested, was not always responsive. And those visits didn't go as well as people wanted. You know how big the red flags are here. He didn't get a great offering, you know.
Yeah, so there you go. Just not good at interviewing. 6'2", 205 pounds. He separates at a high rate. You'd love to see that. 1.8% drop rate. He doesn't drop the ball. You'd love to see that. Fantastic hands. He can be patient with his hands, and he can attack the ball with his hands. I love to see that. Sometimes it's like at the last second his hands show up, and other times he's, you know, attacking the football so that way the cornerback doesn't get the jump on him to get to the ball. You love to see that. He's a size and speed threat at all three levels of the field: intermediate, short, and deep. Not in that order: short, intermediate, and deep. He works well against zone coverage the best, and he tracks the ball very well downfield. His weakness is that consistency. Obviously, how well he interviewed was a weakness. The thing is like he takes some plays off, but he also gives like max efficiency at other times. So I don't know. Maybe the kid's got ADHD. Maybe you just need to give him some hyper meds. Contested catch rate of 36.4% is below average, but he separates. So you don't need a good contested catch rate if you're not doing contested catching too often. His receiving grade was a 74, not bad if you're not aware. 60 is about average at PFF, so pretty solid, not elite or anything like that. And I wrote that he is T. Higgins-esque was my comp for him. Some people also say CeeDee Lamb. So maybe T. Higgins, CeeDee Lamb have a baby, and we get an ADHD Adonai Mitchell. Yeah, the role. I don't. I mean, I love Michael's Budget podcast, but we need some clarification on what's going on here. I gotta make sure I don't gotta ban this guy just for fear of our lives, really. We could be dealing with the Joker here for all we know. Washington pick is in. Cleveland is on the clock here as we come towards the end of the second round, but not there yet. We've still got over a quarter of the round left, like a third of the round left. So we're about 2/3 of the way through this round, or 1/6 of the way through the evening. We've still got 5-6 left to go, and we're only an hour and 40 minutes, or we are hour 40 minutes in. So be a long one. Yeah, Adderall. That's what I was trying to think of. We've fixed it. We have fixed AD Mitchell. We can call him Adderall Mitchell instead of AD Mitchell. All right, so he finally goes. Oh man, Indianapolis. You gotta get excited. I know he might be a weirdo in the locker room or something. I don't care. Hopefully he doesn't disappear too much at the next level. That's gonna be the big thing. All right, so my top 10 now. We got linebacker Peyton Wilson still at the top. Not too shocking that he's going to slip compared to my ranking on him. Big time injury concerns. And you can compound those concerns. Oh, by the way, stop that. You can compound those concerns because he loves to hit and he's undersized. And so the injury concerns just, they write themselves, you know. Same with Ennis Rackstraw, another smaller guy who plays really tough. Injury concerns. Troy Franklin, not surprised. I'm frankly, I would have put him lower if I felt comfortable enough, and I already have. So it's my fault for not completely following. I don't know though, because sometimes I wanted to put Troy Franklin in the first round. He was my most up and down prospect. Hey, look at that. Daniel Jeremiah and I got the same two up top. He's got Ennis Rackstraw at 32. I got Peyton Wilson. So he's had a guy slip further on his big board than me. That's how you got to draft, right, Burn? Burn McKern. Washington. Marshawn Nealand? Hey, tight end Ben Sinnott. I mocked him to them in the third round, but I freaking love it. The grade's not going to be great here, but I'm going to give it a plus. What are we doing here? It's going to be a D+. The league knows the league better, though. I'm sure that he probably would not have lasted till this late. Love it. Think it's a wonderful fit for this offense and what they want to do. Cliff Kingsbury, I have a lot of concerns about actually doing what this offense wants to do because he was very uncreative in Arizona. But if he can get a little bit more creative, he's got some weapons now to start to really threaten at all levels with Ben Sinnott, who's... Let me get to the Ben Sinnott here. Hockey player, by the way, if you're watching on this big screen. Previous hockey player. All right, Ben, 6'4", 254 pounds. That's a move tight end kind of build. And put him in your slot. Put him back as your fullback / halfback kind of guy. You can put him in as your inline tight end. You can move him around. He's a great separator for a tight end, and that checked out with his agility testing. Excellent agility testing. So in that short range, he's going to be deadly. going to be able to get open nice and early on in his routes at the route stem. Great receiving grade and great yards per route run. So you like to see the fact that he was, when he was on the field, he was targeted at a high rate. And he's an elite run blocker, which of course from a tight end is always fantastic. So, and you can get him run blocking from anywhere. You know, you can have him blocking with, you know, from your fullback position or in line. He has average speed, however, for his size. He is below average height, hand size. He's on the smaller side for a tight end. He's not ultra physical. More often than not, he does go down once he's wrapped up. Browns are selecting. I have a little bit more on Sanat. I love Mims, by the way. I didn't see his interview. But the genuine part I do remember about him. Yeah, you got two good character guys, I think. Michael Hall going to Cleveland. I have definitely given him the Michael Hall type. I don't remember which one of these guys that I gave him. They're all like the same to me. But this is where I was. I probably gave them Michael Hall in my final mock draft. I wonder. I'll be looking at all that at some point in the future. Not on camera or anything, but just see how I did. It was funny. It was like 9 months later that I realized some of the picks that I got right. Actually, it was in this process of preparing for this where I was looking at last year's mock draft. And I was like, oh my gosh, I actually got that right and that right. I went down a rabbit hole just looking at last year's mocks of mine. So at pick 54, Michael Hall, who I've got a third round grade on, is going to get a C. For Cleveland. But I think he's a nice fit for them and all that, so I like that. To finish up Ben Sanat here, a couple of my notes here. The kid's got moves I wrote. He acts and plays like, or at least he tries to. He is 40 pounds lighter than he actually is. For his size and in general, he is explosive and his agility testing was all around good, top 1 to 3 in this class. And he is approximately 22 years old. I guess I would assume I was approximating for when the draft is. So he might be 21, or he's 22, I believe. Or he might be 20. No, he might be 21 yet, or he's 22. His birthday must be around this time period. Wants a guy who can eat double teams. Yeah, which I think that might have been on the report that he might struggle against double teams, but most guys do. But he is close to that, you know. I think more so than Rook. Actually, I know that was on Rook's report. I mean, Devondre Sweat's like the one that's the eater of, and Christian Boyd, I believe, and McKinley Jackson maybe. But I think he struggles actually against double teams, even though he has the size to be able to do it. Byron Murphy. Ben Sanat, where did I have you, Benny? Pick player 105. Big fan. Michael Hall. A lot of Michaels. Oh. Player 87 on my board. Miami's pick is in. They are coming up to the podium here. Michael Hall is just kind of like a tweener type of better run blocker, better run stuffer than pass stuffer kind of guy. But you can, he's versatile. Anybody wants me to talk more about Michael Hall, let me know. But there we go. I knew Mike McDaniels could see it. Patrick Paul, baby. He's going to be better than Tyler Guyton. Maybe. I think so. So yeah, there's gonna be an A for Patrick Paul. He's not a my guy. I just tout him because I'm surprised how low some people were on him, and how high people were on Tyler Guyton. To me, it just the difference. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Tyler Guyton's the better prospect in general here, but the difference was not like a first to fourth round, like some people made it out to be between the two. So he is my number 51 player going off the board at 55. Look at that, not shabby. Giving him A on that one, Patrick Paul. Just ginormous dude. Which is part of his flaws. 6'7.5", 332 pounds. Let's talk about those weaknesses. His technique. He does this weird wind up with his arms, where he telegraphs his punches, which of course leaves his chest wide open while telegraphing his moves. So what I think he needs to do is like a golfer, who you have to do like a 3/4 swing to improve your swing. You actually have to do a shorter swing because honestly, you're probably actually doing more than a full swing, and then that's how you correct it. You tell the person to do like a 3/4 swing. I think what he needs to do is to do a 3/4 wind up with his arms to quicken that up. And just maybe you sacrifice a little bit of your power, but he's got so much power behind the punch. It doesn't, you're fine, 80% of your power is enough. And through time, you can figure out which guys use their speed, which guys use your power, that you might be able to get a full wind up against this guy, but this guy you shouldn't. You can figure that out. But oftentimes he ends up just catching guys in his chest, which is not good, and then gets pushed back enough at the time. Although in college he was big enough that he really didn't get pushed back too often, but that's the fear at the next level. His body control, not the greatest. He's kind of a lumbering guy despite being quite athletic. And he's got some poor footwork, once again, despite being kind of athletic, actually, for a guy his size. He's above average size. He's elite length and wingspan, above average acceleration for his size, specifically. And he has got very good agility for his size. Once again, though, in practice, they're okay. Elite traits and elite production over an experienced young career. Great anchor, very aware, and very strong. I think he's got the ability to learn to get better. Elite pass blocker, good run blocker, better in a zone system, so it's going to be a great fit there in Miami. So, kind of want to give it a plus. I'm not going to. Improved year over year over year, so you like that. Every year he's getting better. He's learning. And he didn't stand out very much at the Senior Bowl. He didn't have a terrible Senior Bowl. He didn't have a really good Senior Bowl. It was just meh. And, that's where you're seeing him go against most of his peers. Dallas is on the clock here at pick 56. Minute 50 left. We're all caught up. Want a guy who can eat double teams. All right, and I'm all caught up in chat as well. And we're at the top 10 here. So, we're looking for Dominic Pooney here. Offensive line. Yeah, defensive tackles, they're saying Brandon Dorless. You can probably wait there. Wide receiver, something I think that they could do. It wouldn't be shocking if they went edge. Linebacker, they just went last year. Ennis Rakestraw Jr. Ennis Rakestraw Jr. could go. Dominic Pooney, Rakestraw. The pick is in. I don't think they go tight end here. Trey Benson, very possible. I think it pays to be patient, but I get it if not. Troy Franklin, I feel, would be the guy that they would aim for if they're going wide receiver. Spencer Rattler. Could they surprise us all and go Spencer Rattler? Be all in. Just like Atlanta, they go all in here. Almost out of tea. It was good. Orange, cinnamon, spice. Set this over here. Who it gonna be? I'm gonna stick right here. Oh, Chad Henning's son must be disabled. I was not aware. Guessing he's coach of this. Oh, okay. Oh. There we go. Cool. Oh, it just got louder. Woo! So I'm guessing his son. Well, I wonder. It looks like his son plays on this team. He's got one of the wheelchairs that I think you use in sports. High contact wheelchair.
With the 56th pick in the 2020
Cowboys pick.
draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Sean Ealing.
They did go end.
Western Michigan.
What did I say? They could go end. Good pick here in Neyland. I like him quite a bit. So that's gonna be an A there. Might be an A plus.
See a lot of similarities. Just real rugged, physical, knock you back at the point of attack. He's got a nice little inside counter move as a rusher.
Yeah, that's an A plus. I like Neyland.
I thought he was able to adjust play.
All right. 6'3", 270 pounds. I got a lot of notes on him. A lot of strengths. Grade to elite against the run. 83.4 PFF grade against the run. 11% run stop rate. I don't quite know exactly what that number is measuring. He's like if you combined a ping pong ball and a wrecking ball. If it's not him bouncing off of people in traffic, it's them bouncing off of him in traffic. He is very versatile as far as the alignment that you can put him in. He was used standing up on the interior and with his fingers in the dirt on the edge. I felt he was most explosive while standing up for 3, where he could convert his speed into power. So I don't know how that fits for Dallas and what they do, but we've got a moment here. They're going to commercial. Tampa Bay's pick is in, and then the Green Bay Packers are on the board. Dallas, I think they're a 3-4. But then I say that and that doesn't feel right. They are a 4-3. So I like them standing up a little bit more, but whatever. Still going to get the plus. Extremely girthy, very long arms and large wingspan, so that's it's a great trait to have when you're trying to rush passers so that the offensive lineman can't get their arms on you. Extremely quick and agile, not only for his size, but amongst all combine edge rushers. Short area burst and bend is great. Yeah. The biggest issue with him is, does this short area burst and bend, the agility, show up on tape? And I'm going to go back to my, it's like if you combined a ping pong ball and a wrecking ball. I think that's where those numbers showed up on his tape. Is that like he just ping ponged off of people? He's like a cat through traffic, but he's like a tank cat in traffic. So, and he's got good counter moves. Weakness, he's not an elite athlete. Like I said, it doesn't always show up like on the snap. Is not really where that quickness and agility tends to show up. In terms of speed, he's below average, but for his size, he's above average. But for his size, he will probably struggle if asked to do any kind of man coverage duties. So in that sense, it's probably better that he's just going to be, fingers in the dirt, not being asked to drop back in coverage too often in Dallas. Level of competition that he faced, very hard to project that to the next level. That's a lot of why Quinyon Mitchell was not taken earlier in this draft. And he's got very small hands, which can definitely work against you. At the Senior Bowl, he beat Fuanga on a rep, which, Fuanga was absolutely destroying the Senior Bowl. So that was something of note, that he was one of the guys who was able to get him on his butt. I believe he got him on his butt, actually, on that rep. But it also was something to show that, like, he could do the same thing that you saw at the lower competition level against guys of higher echelon. So, Marshawn Kneeland, Dallas, A+. Love it, and they can always get better in the trenches. And since they're 4-3, that is part of the trenches. But the front seven, you can never have too many valuable guys in the front seven, in my opinion. Yeah. Snickers says hi. So I'm thinking the Green Bay Packers is in because I just got, pick is in. I just got like 3 notifications on my phone. All right, and we are into a new level of scoring. So now an A is going to be anything with a second to third level grade. I mean, I got to get tougher on my grades, but the thing is I'm grading for, like, all systems, all things. So I don't have a specific, like, one style that I'm looking for with my grading. Oh, Snicks. So I'm honing in on getting a little bit tougher with the grading, but I do think that it has to be a little bit wide to capture the net of all different types of what are you looking for in a player. All right, Tampa Bay.
To announce the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection, please welcome 11-year NFL veteran, 2022 Bucs Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year nominee, and Detroit, Michigan native, William Golston.
Oh man, I used him so much in Madden.
With the 57th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Chris Braswell from the Alabama linebacker.
They need edge. So we can stay here. I'm a little lower on Chris, not too much lower. It's an A. That's an A for me.
With all the talent they had there at Alabama, he was patient. He waited his turn. Remind me a little bit of Darrell Taylor when you've seen him with the Seattle.
So you see with my system, at least there's a limit to the S tier, just to account for the fact that I'm a little bit generous.
You don't get on the field at Alabama unless you play extremely. CD, this is about the perfect value for him. When you think about
Green Bay pick is in. Chris Broswell, more of a 3-4 linebacker, kind of edge rusher. Not that that matters a whole lot in the modern NFL.
Joel spent time with Chris Braswell process run up and asked him what it was like competing there day in and day out.
Power, motor, quickness are his strengths. 6'3.5", 251, so solid size. Weaknesses are his agility, his flexibility, his reach, his pad level, his play recognition, slow to get off, reaction time. All weaknesses that I wrote. So I got 6 weaknesses, 3 strengths, and notes: great pass rush, win grade in college, grade and rate. He wins rough. He doesn't win quick, but he wins with effort, which you do like to see and account for. Number 10 on Bruce Feldman's freak list. freaks list, but you know, not a combine guy by any means or anything like that, and was disappointing at the Senior Bowl amongst his peers. Brian Bulaga is going to make the announcement for the Packers. Yo, I'm killing the Green Bay Packers draft. You better believe I did that every single time. I got the second round for the Green Bay Packers correct in just about every darn mock draft I did for them. Green Bay. Javon, that's an S tier. Yep. Kind of love Javon Bullard. I think that might be an S plus. Might be. Let me read his. Let's see if we want to keep that. All right, Houston's up on the clock to pick us in, so we'll see here. But Javon Bullard, 5'10" and a half, 198 pounds, fast, went over 20 miles per hour at the Senior Bowl. Extremely quick acceleration, above average for his size, above average long speed as well. So he's got some pretty good reach across the entirety of the field. Does a really good job at forcing incompletions, which you love. Weaknesses: gave up too many big plays, lacks some power in his game, below average arm length, very short wingspan, great to elite in coverage in college, average against the run. Did not impress at the Senior Bowl, but almost no safeties do. 21 and a half years old. I don't know. I don't know if I want to give him the plus or not. Like, he was kind of my guy, kind of not. Not quite, though. We'll give him an S. Blake Fisher to Houston. This is going to be a little bit of a lower grade for me. But, yeah, Houston fans can get mad now because they hated it when I gave them offensive line help for some reason, which is really stupid. You got a quarterback that needs a good offensive line in front of him. Blake Fisher, I have a 3rd to 4th round draft grade on. A little bit lower there, obviously. That's going to be a C for me. I don't know. I just lower on him. But there's nothing wrong with Blake Fisher. 6'6", 310 pounds. Strengths: power, ability to redirect, technician. Weaknesses: finesse, anchor, pad level. So, finesse, anchor, pad level. The pad level's definitely something you can teach to get better. He's got the technician thing down. That's great. Good run blocker, above average pass blocker. That's another issue. I prefer to have pass blocking be something that the guy's better at, but he's only 20 years old, so he's going to learn. Obviously, there were guys I liked more than him, but he's at the bottom of a tier of guys that I really like a lot. So I still like him. Just not at this point in the draft. And he was not a my guy. Oh boy, oh boy. So, obviously, I'm loving the Packers draft here. Freaking great. Javon, where are you? Javon Bullard, that ranked 66th overall. Sometimes you just gotta reach for your guys, It's all right. What was it? Javon and Chris Broswell. Did we get rid of him? No, Chris Broswell was my 63rd overall player. He went at 57, so pretty close there. Marshawn Kneeland, my 46th player ended up going at 56. Not too shocked that he didn't quite go that high. But I thought there was a chance. Some people were talking about going in the first round, possibly. Didn't buy into that quite. And Blake Fisher's going to be down there. Not Corum. He's also down there. Not Blake Watson. Apparently, I must have... There's no way I missed Blake Fisher. Possibly. Well, if he's not in my top 250, oops. I guess that shows you how top of mind he is for me. So, Buffalo's pick is in. All right, let's move this up here. Getting towards the end of the second round here. Just a few picks left. Lions pick is in as well. And then Baltimore. Teams are starting to move a little bit quicker here. And then is the third round, does that go down to 5 minutes? We'll see. Michael, your team's coming up in 2 picks. Well, 3 picks. Since the Ravens are still on the clock. I think your team is. I think you said that you're a Chiefs fan now. The roll. 78 picks. Let's see here. I think it's gonna be a little bit more than that, won't it be? Eight, 9. I think like 9 picks there for Charges. 2 grades: player grade, range they should be drafted compared to others, and pick grade. That player fits for the team in that spot. That's my plus minus system, kind of. And that'll be my overall grade for my videos. And I can't off the top of my head to say for sure always if a guy's going to be a good fit or not. AD is still available for your role? AD is not. Bills. He ended up going this early. He's going to be down on my chart too. But, oh no, I ended up mocking him to the Jets. I was thinking maybe it was Buffalo. Cole Bishop, I got a 4th round grade on it. I just, it's nothing against him, you know? Just didn't grab me like he grabbed others. So Cole Bishop, my 126th player. I think he'd be a good fit with Buffalo, given some of the safeties that they've had find success there in the past. But like Malik Mustafa maybe more. Jaden Hicks, I think a lot of people would have liked more. Well, no, that would be different. So Cole Bishop, 4th round grade. That's gonna be a D there for Buffalo from me. Not a D plus, not a B minus. I don't hate Cole Bishop. I don't love him. 6'2". They were just talking about his size, 206 pounds. Lockdown versus tight ends, so that's very important, especially if you want to make a run in the playoffs against teams like Kansas City these days. Though that might be coming to an end. The strength and very strong, very physical coverage against guys, tight ends and whatnot. Good at tracking the ball down the field. Versatile alignment in college, though he operates best in the box, like against the run coming downfield. Very good acceleration, above average long speed. He's got little T-Rex arms. He doesn't wrap up when he's tackling. His play speed and his agility are both kind of low. He's a very north to south player. Below average to poor coverage in terms of his PFF grading, and he was average against the run. Senior Bowl, he did stand out against his peers via a few different folks. However, did notice him get exposed several times on day 3 of practice. So a couple good days, 1 bad day. Barry Sanders on stage again. And the mayor of Detroit. Something about him feels like the mob boss that failed in New York, so he got shipped to Detroit. Ennis Rackstraw Jr. They still get him at people. Wow. I can't not give that an S plus because we're mocking Ennis Rakestraw to Detroit in the first round. You know, all off season. He doesn't look too excited. Sure he is, but jeez, maybe that's why he didn't. Maybe he didn't do well at his interviews. So. He's got that dog. Yep. Inside outside versatility. He plays bigger than he is. He's got excellent footwork, great football IQ, excellent in man coverage, and he's great in zone too. And he's a great help in the run game. So whether you have him on the inside or the outside, he can help in the run game. He had 1 interception in 3 years, so productivity on the ball not so great. Long speed not so great. That's your concerns about having him on the outside, the perimeter. His tackling not so great, so yeah, he does well against the run, but you got to finish the tackle. And he's fairly slender, and there's some injury concerns to go along with that. But he's got that dog. There's just something different about the way that he plays. He's got that attitude, you know. He was largely used in off coverage in college. Appears to be a really kind dude off the field. Yeah, so off the field, by all appearances, he's very kind. I don't remember where this note came from. This is a more recent note. And he models his game, everything, after Jair Alexander. So that's somebody to model your game after. And that gives you a little bit of that he's different, kind of some insight into that. So excellent pick there for Detroit. Ravens are on the clock now. They can get like Peyton Wilson. They would. That would be a Ravens pick. Roman Wilson? Troy Franklin? Dominic Pooney is somebody who I have mocked to the Ravens, probably here. Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe, one of them could make sense. Trey Benson? Rosengarten, all right. Goes a little ways down, but I like him quite a bit. Some people thought he'd go in the first round. Didn't think that, but where are you, Roger? I like him a lot. Third round grade on him. Almost there. We almost made it. That's a B. Yeah, they're going to be plugging him right in. And that might be part of why they got him. They might trust him day one kind of more than some of these other guys. 6'5.5", 308 pounds. Above average acceleration and agility. Good mirroring ability, good foot quickness. So that's something that's going to be very attractive. He's somebody who could, is going to be very nice out in helping to protect your quarterback. But also, he can go downfield and help to protect your quarterback as a blocker as well and keep up a little bit with Lamar Jackson to some extent. He's got great blocking range, which goes a long ways when you got Lamar Jackson taking off. Great awareness, good punch timing as well. Below average length arms was a big knock on him in terms of is he a tackle, is he a guard. But I think he's probably a tackle. I don't know, what did they announce him at? Let me know if you caught that. His pad level, body control, push in his run game, not the greatest, but really almost a great pass blocker that they're getting. To pretty much a great pass blocker. Did 2 of his days at the Senior Bowl were very, very strong, I noted as well. I don't think that they're going to be taking Roman Wilson after they took Ricky Pearsall. A lot of similarities between those two as well. But yeah, they took Ricky Pearsall at the last pick last night, so I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah, did you see that guy though? He's like the knockoff mob boss dude. All right, I'm gonna give that a B plus. I really like the fit, and I really like Roger Rosengarten. I know it might not seem like it, but you know you gotta make your calls at some point. I mean, there's guys who are in the 6th round and stuff. Delmar Glaze down here, I love him. I know who this is. He's struggling to read. I feel yeah, but he worked it though. I could not go up there if I was illiterate practically. I don't want to call him illiterate, but if my literacy level was quite poor, I would not go on a public stage and make that announcement. So hats off to him. Kingsley Suamataia also a little bit lower on him than the crowd. A lot of people thought he might go in the first. I have mocked Kingsley Suamataia to Kansas City Chiefs here at pick 64, not pick 63, many a times. So got that one. Patrick Paul or Kingsley Suamataia here, depending on if Patrick Paul made it this far. So yeah, hats off to me on that one. Second, third round draft grade on him. I think that's going to be an A. Yup. Didn't get that an A minus. I have some concerns about Kingsley. He's not a my guy. So Kingsley Suamataia, 6'4.5", 326 pounds. He's got very good size, above average hand size. He is quite athletic, above average acceleration, elite for his size. So for a guy of his girth, he can get up and go quickly. For a guy of his girth. Otherwise, still, even for compared to any other lineman, pretty much above average. He's very strong and he plays with an attitude. His weaknesses are his balance, his hand placement, his awareness. He's definitely a project. Great pass blocker, poor run blocker. Like, very bad as a run blocker. If I had to take a choice, if you flip those two, you're going to be like a 5th, 6th round instead of a 2nd, 3rd. So at least he's good at the pass blocking. Great, rather. He's a previous 5-star recruit. He did not do much 2 out of 3 days at the Senior Bowl. However, he did show up finally on day 3. By the way, get rid of that. So Kingsley Suamataia, a bit of a project. Not a day 1 guy, but it should be fine. He should be fine, you know. It's an A minus. I don't hate it. Where do I have him on my overall board? Probably lower. Considering Roger was 76. Actually, no, that means Kingsley's 68. Gonna be almost right on. Attaboy. Attaboy, Steve. Alright, Roger Rosengarten, out. Kingsley, my number 68 overall player, out. Now you might say, how could I have a guy on my board who I didn't like? My top 250 board that I didn't like above a guy who I did like, but yet there were only like 6 players apart. Didn't like relative. Well, because I used the grading that I put on them to strictly adhere to. I've got to get these 2nd to 3rd rate graded guys onto my top 250 board before I can start looking at the 3rd graded guys. You know, at all positions. So that's how that works. I said Kingsley, previous 5-star recruit. There's a lot of upside. There's a reason people thought, you know, maybe he would be the Tyler Guyton to sneak into the 1st round instead of Tyler Guyton or something like that. In fact, for me, really, Patrick Paul, Tyler Guyton, Kingsley Suamataia, Kieran Amagaji were all very very similar, and at one point I did have them back to back to back, and like stretched them out a little bit over time. Oh, but you can visualize it. Okay. I wonder what I want to know what that visualization was. All right, do I have Miles Battle ranked? No, I do not. What position is that? I haven't heard of him at all, actually. Which, yeah, there's about 500 prospects. I got 300, so something. So, you know, there's another 200 that I didn't rank at all, and of those, I probably have heard the name of like 50 to 100. Utah's other guy. I did see him somewhere. I don't think I have him ranked. I'm pretty sure though that I saw Utah's other cornerback on some list somewhere. No, he did not make my rankings here. San Francisco, pick is in. Final pick of the third round. Could we get... I don't think they're going to go tight end, but if they go tight end, could we get... My guess would be... Tip Ryman. Possible. Safety, TJ Tampa. I think I've done that before to them. Here. Linebacker could make some sense. Of course. Oh, Jonah Ellis. Give it to me. Give it to me. Jonah Ellis, baby. I clapped that anyways, though. Ultra physical man cornerback. That I always wanted to push him, have him get drafted earlier, and I just couldn't because he goes really low on like the consensus board, and I try to stay somewhat relative to that. Yeah, very, very San Francisco's 49 player attitude kind of guy. Very feisty, very competitive. Football, you know, he plays football. So that's gonna be. It's an A. That's an A plus. That's a fit right there. Okay, that's what you call a fit. And this is part of why I always thought Renardo would also go, because he's near a lot of guys in the rankings that are like less physical, more zone kind of dudes. And so if you're looking for that ultra physical, feisty man coverage cornerback, like he's the guy. He's your choice here, especially if you need one that's going to be on the perimeter, because otherwise, like Chris Abrams-Jane, Jarvis Brownlee Jr., especially Chris Abrams, you can get a little bit of man feistiness there. Jerry Jones actually more so than them. But Renardo Green, 6 foot, 186 pounds. Man, press coverage is his strength. He's a pure technician, which is like that's another San Francisco thing. They like good football players that are fundamental, so it makes sense. He's got good play speed. Average 40. He had an average 40, but his play speed was better than that, I felt like. Below average support in run support. Don't worry about it, you know. That's not... If the run gets out and it's his job to... The play's already wrecked. Like, somebody already screwed up in the front seven. He's overly aggressive at times. Great in coverage, showed a lot of improvement. He was a Trevor Sikkema Shrine Bowl standout and a Brett Coleman standout as well. Went to Florida State, so he is very experienced. Going to be a plug-and-play kind of guy, and yeah, great fit. Jets are on the board. And Renardo was my CB 73. Again, taken at 64. It's all right. It's all right. I love the fit. I always just got nervous. He's like 130 or something on the. I gotta get more confident in my own evals. It's only my second year doing it seriously, so I still get nervous and don't always trust myself. Sweet. Great pick, San Fran. Would have liked you to go. But they could still do it. They could still move up for Jonah Ellis. I love Jonah Ellis. Apparently the league wasn't too high on him, so could make some sense as well. Third round has begun. Second round is in the books with Ronaldo Green finishing that up. I wonder how excited Brett Coleman got on that one. After this is all done and I do my videos for this, I'm gonna do a bunch of like yearly yard work and stuff. Okay, I don't know. I know that's not the original version, but that seems way too close to copyrighted stuff there. But while I'm doing that, I'm gonna catch up on. I'm just gonna do all the Brett Coleman and keep that for those few days. I haven't watched it. Like today, I listened to while I was working on some other stuff. Some of the other draft guys that I follow. I'm gonna keep Brett's. Guess I had really terrible camera angles. I didn't like very much. No need to watch them.
We all know he had some meritorious times at the University of Michigan. Found there in his New York Jet. Jet at 72nd. The 65 over. National was their choice. 11th.
4 picks away. Are you getting nervous, or do you just think it's written in the books? I mean, Arizona could always. This is the slight fear here. Arizona. Could Arizona take Blake Corum? I think they're gonna be taking a running back before the end of the 5th round in this draft. So Jets pick is in, Arizona's pick is in, Washington on the clock, followed by New England, and then Chargers. And you know, if they want a running back here, they're gonna take it because you got the Chargers and the Giants at 5 and 6. So it's possible. Yeah, they probably would go Benson. That's true. What a Jet. Yo. Good pick. Good pick. Not where I wanted to see him go specifically, but very nice. I wonder how frustrated or not Aaron Rodgers will get with him. I can't remember how his hands are. I know his route running is very unpolished. Like, that's going to frustrate the hell out of Aaron Rodgers. So he's going to need a study. He is 5'10.5", 215 pounds. That's girthy. Extremely girthy for a wide receiver. That's like a running back. Which he basically is, but he's a receiver. He's got amazing yak abilities. Below average height, very heavy, tough to get down. Plays incredibly physically on top of that. Like, as a Senior Bowl, he literally was just knocking dudes, like running through dudes. Like, foul, offensive foul stuff. Manufactured touches are going to be, you know, he's all about that. You're going to get him in the slot, out of the slot mostly. Does have a lack of experience as a wide receiver, lack of release, lack of getting off of press man coverage, lack of a route tree, lack of a route tree. When he one-on-one, he's not great when he's got, you know, a man pressed up against him despite being so physical, just because he doesn't know exactly what to do yet and have very good experience of figuring out these things. You know, he's got to learn. Contested catch rate actually quite low too, 23.5%. Drop rate quite high at 7.1%. So, despite being very physical, not the greatest hands, and contested catch is not great. ADOT of 5.5 yards. So shorter A-dot, very short A-dot. Not going to go downfield very much. Cornerback recruit out of high school, moved to running back, moved to wide receiver, moves to wide receiver. Trey Benson to Arizona. We called it, baby. Nice work, the roll. We got this in the bag. And yes, of course, you're going to go running back there with these two. Sorry, New York. This is why. This was the risk, New York. I'm not taking that running back last round. Even though it might have felt early, that's when you want to trade back and then take them. I think New York's got to be a little bit upset about that. He is a Debo-esque player, going back to Malachi Corley, but he is not the same. He is not as good of a route runner as Debo was as a prospect and is as a player. So, yeah, Malachi Corley is super, super exciting. Give him a second to third round grade here. That's going to get him an A at this point in the draft. I like it. I like it. Second to third round, and he was the first and the third. You know, what are you going to do? And I think that adds a nice element to that New York Jets offense. I just never see that offense get too creative, but then again, like, they haven't been able to. So that'll be fun. Pick player 69 on my big board. Giggity. And he was taking at pick 65. Very close. My big board's been looking pretty solid overall. And there's some of these guys who I knew I was off on the big board compared to where they are. Or compared to where they would probably get drafted. Trey Benson, really, really complete running back. Many people's number one. He is my number 61 player overall, getting him at pick 66 here. Went to FSU. He looks to bounce it out too much. His vision maybe isn't the best. But he is ultra explosive, as they were saying.
So the next pick is in. Troy Vincent, league front office. It's going to start making
So Washington Commanders on the clock. New England pick is in for Washington. New England on the clock right now are the Chargers. Commanders selecting. This was a name that rose on boards late in the process. I didn't move him. I'm a little bit lower, but I was surprised when I went back to find him how high I had him at the same time. Where the heck are you, Brandon? For some reason, he just wasn't talked about at all in the process. It kind of was a blind spot for me. Was I this low on it? Oh, he's in this group of fifth rounders or guys who I really like a lot of these guys. I didn't quite know where to get them. And Satua, I never wanted. He shouldn't be 33rd here. So Brandon Coleman, 5th round draft grade on him. That is going to be an F for me. But you know, I might be wrong on this one. Who was that? Washington. So good for them. I want to give him F plus just because Washington should have been drafting an offensive lineman. All right, I'm going to take advantage of this commercial break. I'm going to go to the potty. I'll be right back. come. Come. What did my cat do while I was gone? What are you doing, cat? Trust you. Alrighty, bud. We back. She didn't disconnect the volume, did she? Volume working. Alright. Bro really said potty. You goddamn believe it. Next time I'll say I gotta go. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. What's up, Kit Kat? I was really rooting for my boy Dominic Pooney to get taken in the second round so I could celebrate to the whole world. But, you know, Troy Franklin not going till the third. I can celebrate on that one, even though I was not man enough to do it. Corm to the Chargers. Are you up on the pick is in? I'm sure you can find some spoilers online on Twitter. All right, New England, and then Chargers.
You're in Detroit. Play the Detroit people. Motown, Bob Seger, Eddie Money. Detroit gets down, okay? Don't need to bring the others in. Not great, okay? And do what you do in the D, because that's where we are.
Brandon Coleman, by the way, was my 171st player on the big board. TCU, offensive tackle. Versatile, athletic, extremely large wingspan, 6'4.5", 313 pounds, but a huge wingspan, massive hands, very long arms, athletic again here. 2023 was his worst rated season. That was a big part of why I was a little bit lower on him. Average pass blocker, below average run blocker in 2023, better in gap system than yeah, he's a better gap blocker. So went to Washington. That's interesting. I know he's very athletic, though, so I'm going to... I'm thinking that they might see him differently than that. I don't know that they really want a gap blocker there, but the athleticism is probably appealing to them with, you know, Jane Daniels and all. Personally, if I were you, I'd rather have Jalen Wright. Trey Benson went off. I didn't cover that yet.
We are honored to be champions working to fight the rise happening in communities across the United States.
The 68th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
New England Patriots select
Caden Wallace.
Nice. I'm not sure exactly where I have him, but a solid pick there for New England and Caden Wallace, offensive tackle. Who the fuck? Arizona, Trey Benson. Very great. I had somebody yell at me for drafting running back to Arizona. Gosh, I tell you, everything that I was told would never happen in the comments of my videos for these drafts happened. Caden Wallace, 201 on my overall list here for tackles. For overall. I thought I liked him more than that. Apparently not.
Chargers and the Giants have chosen the Cardinals who have about and change to go here.
All right, Caden Wallace going to
71st overall. We're about to get fixed 69 70.
New England. SNF.
Words I've never said into a microphone before.
Thank you, Detroit. Thank you. This is a very
6'4", 322 pounds, very large hands, above average acceleration, very powerful base, solid positional IQ. Problems, he telegraphs his punch, his pad level, quick feet. That doesn't sound like a weakness. Quick feet. Well, I'm guessing his weakness is that his feet aren't quick. I put that in there weird. Above average to good run blocker, above average pass blocker. 2023 was his only well-graded year. So, popped off in 2023. Better in a zone blocking system. I must be thinking about somebody else then that I liked. There's a cornerback, Caden. Maybe I'm thinking of him. Kalen Carson? Who is it? Who is it? Oh, yeah, we forgot about Junior. Duh. We knew they needed a linebacker. It's too early to take a running back. This is good. We're gonna trade back up. Chargers. I think that's what I did in my big mock. I think I took Junior here, and then I think I got them Junior. So Los Angeles Chargers. This is what I had. I know I had second, third round grade on him, so going perfectly here. That's gonna be an A. I agree with that. Overall, my 62nd player going at pick 69. Giggity. Also a Michigan player, of course. Did you catch that, by the way? The roll? Junior Colson, baby. It's a good pick. I was gonna say he's from somewhere. I couldn't quite remember where. Haiti, if you couldn't quite hear. 6'2", 238 pounds. He's an incredible athlete, incredibly quick. Specifically, he has all the physical tools, specifically above average height, weight, and arm length. He's got great range. He's a true sideline to sideline cover linebacker. If he gets his hands on you, you're probably going down. Almost certainly. Very good tackler. Weakness is taking advantage of his length. When somebody gets their hands on him, he's not so great at shedding the block. It seems, another note, it seems like he's working from behind a lot of the time. Could the increase in athleticism at the next level be a little bit too much for him to recover from on a regular basis? Is he lacking some instincts is my concern with him. I'll trust John Harbaugh drafting him, that I'm probably wrong on that. But I just felt like a lot of times he's working from behind and still finishing the play, getting guys tackled, but tackling them basically from behind. And I just wondered at the next level, it's a game of inches. Is he just going to be an inch behind now instead of actually finishing the play? He loses when blockers get their hands on him. So once again, that getting off of blocks. Somebody described him as being an intelligent level of violence. His gameplay, intelligent violence. He's just not like a really good pass rusher, but he does all the other linebackery things. Like he's a true linebacker in every way. 21 years old also, very young. I think you want better than Bucky Irving. You'll get running back, dude. They're all over. Especially the power running backs that you want. There he goes. Ooh, to the Giants. I've definitely done this before. Perfect. This is a great fit. So this is going to be a plus, I think, for me. There you are. S. A. New York Giants, A++. Give them that double plus. Great fit. Love it. It's a great fit because I say it is, because that's why I kept mocking him to the Giants.
Look at that. And you go back into his backstory. They said this, they said he was one of his kids right
Yeah. All right, A++ there. Andrew Phillips, a standout at the Senior Bowl. I believe he's inside-outside versatility. Some people believe he's only a slot cornerback. Either way, New York Giants need help at both. So that gives them a little bit of freedom to figure things out too with him and with whoever else they decide to bring in. Especially, I assume they're probably going to be drafting one more defensive back at least. Well, maybe two more. So it gives them flexibility as to who to draft as well. But I think Andrew Phillips, his college production, not very good. He doesn't match up to being a second, third round draft pick, really.
The Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Adams.
Guard Isaiah Adams. I know this one's right. I like Isaiah. Andrew Phillips, I think he can cover in any kind of coverage, best in zone, against any type of player, tall, short, fast, big, at any point in the field, short, intermediate, long, from anywhere on the field, in the slot, on the outside. So I really think he's ultra versatile, and I love how he plays, and I think he's going to be a beast. Maybe not a beast. I think he's going to be very, very good at the next level. He isn't my guy. Isaiah Adams. Let's listen to them. 178 on my big board. He's going to be one of those fifth-round guys that I told you I really like that group a lot. Yep, right by Trente Jones. I like these guys a lot. I wanted to put them all higher. I'm going to have to trust my O-line rankings specifically more next year. Because at this point, I think the guys I liked are outweighing the guys I didn't like by a little ways. That being said, just because I don't agree with the NFL doesn't mean that they're right and I'm wrong, or the other way around. But you know, the NFL is pretty good at this stuff. Where are you? Isaiah Adams, guard, tackle versatility. Uh-oh. There we go. Offensive line. What you got, Isaiah? Guard, tackle, 6'4", 316 pounds, versatile, high effort player. Plays with a mean, an edge, and the NFL absolutely loves that. I should have just probably bumped them up around. Maybe I did bump them up around anyways, but because of that. And he's got above average length, which makes me think he could pitch in, swing tackle it, something like that, and a pinch. You can use them out there. Weakness, not ultra athletic. Like his range, his blocking range isn't great. His ability to reset after being countered, not great. He's got very small hands. Talked about that a little bit today. That can get you in trouble. Not very athletic. Great run blocker, below average pass blocker. Once again, I prefer that be flipped. So there's going to be another reason that I had a 5th round grade on him. I think it's a passing league. Not every team, though, needs that. What team got him? Cardinals surprisingly want to focus on that run a fair bit. So that's understandable, especially with Trey Benson getting there. So 5th round, that's an F. But I do like you a little bit, Isaiah Adams. He had a better 22 than 23 in terms of his grading, and he's almost 24 years old, so a little bit of an older prospect as well. Yeah, I give that a plus. He's in that group. You know, if I liked Brandon Coleman enough, well, he was in this group as well. Okay, hold up. Drake Nugent, Trevor Keevan, Trente Jones. I can't have them all. I think he was a my guy. He's a borderline my guy. He made that group. This is somebody who I kept pushing down my board. And I finally ended. I should have put him at the bottom of this group, though. I don't know why I kept him at the top of it. Well, I like Isram, too, and Leighton Robinson, Garrett Greenfield, Nathan Thomas. Yeah, this is just like a group of dudes. Caden Wall is kind of in that group. I'm giving them pluses. I liked these guys. Wait, I know I distinctly decided not to. Oh wait, this one. I'll trust my past self. Dylan McMahon, Jalen Sondell, Ethan Driscoll, Jake Monk. How does he? Yeah. Anim Donkwa. Like him. Julian Pearl, kind of, I think. That's where it ends. I like a lot of these 5th, 6th round dudes. I don't know what it is about them. But look at that, some of them going here. Relter Rouse. Javon Foster. Gonzalez. Okay. Let's get this back to my remaining top 10 are Peyton Wilson, Roman Wilson, Jonah Ellis, Troy Franklin, Dominic Pooney, Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe, TJ Tampa, Jalen Wright, Christian Jones. Of that, surprising. Roman Wilson, a little bit surprising. Dominic Pooney, a little bit surprising. I know I'm not the only one that loves him. Christian Haynes, a little bit surprising at this point in the 70s. That's about it. Other than that, I don't think it's super surprising that some of these guys aren't off the board yet. Like Christian Jones for sure. Panthers, on the board. Like him. Linebacker. Super athletic. Some people absolutely love him. I got a 5th, 6th grade on him. It's gonna be an F. Carolina, they needed linebacker. And so this is a developmental pick. They're not gonna be able to use him year 1, year 2 here, really, or you know, I mean, they might put him on the field or something, but it's not gonna be good once he does get onto the field to start out with. 6'1", 239 pounds, above average size, above average straight line speed. Very good for his size. Downhill versus the run. Is a north to south kind of guy. High character, energetic. He has an above average to very powerful base, so big butt dude. Maybe that's why they drafted him. They liked his butt. Weakness, low game IQ. He's still learning. He gets overly aggressive. That comes hand in hand with that low game IQ. You know, he just actually, I mean, even worse, it exaggerates that. He isn't really great at any one thing. He works best as a pass rusher. In the end, Cowboys up. He did have a great Senior Bowl. There Cooper goes to the Cowboys. So, yeah, I mean, that's an F for me. That's too early, in my opinion, for Carolina. We're still in day 2. We can get guys who can contribute more quickly to our team. But they're going for that ceiling. So, Cooper Beebe. 2nd round grade on him. That's going to be an S tier pick here for Dallas. Cooper Beebe was not my guy. Very big, strong, gap blocking kind of running of guard, and that's where he's gonna play. He's gonna be a guard. He's not gonna be a tackle. Could they think of using him as a center? I don't know. That would be a question. Atlanta's pick is in. Cooper Beebe, very girthy, 6'3", 322 pounds, very agile, extremely so for his size, above average acceleration. His awareness and his IQ are good. He's got quite heavy feet. His balance isn't great. He can get taken off balance easily. He has very small hands. He's got extremely short arms at 31.5 inches. But he's an elite pass and elite run blocker, so extremely good production. Falcons, up next. Andre Rison. Looking fly. Wide receiver? Edge. All right. Edge rusher Braylon Trice off the board.
See the size are bigger than that. He's going to test you. He's going to get his hands right inside. He's going to try and pry open that inside shoulder. That's his go-to move.
He's surprised they listed him as linebacker. He's, I'm guessing, are they gonna have him standing up? He should be hand in the dirt. High motor, high effort guy, 6'3.5", 245 pounds. He does have a variety of pass rush moves, so that's great. He's got very active hands. Unfortunately, not great at tackling, not great at shedding blocks, so not great in the run game. Below average size, very small hands, very small wingspan, below average arm length, below average speed and quickness for a size 2, not ultra athletic at all. His upside is just incredibly limited. He lacks elite twitch, his hand fighting is inconsistent, he lacks a quick change of direction, athletics once again, just limit his upside career-wise, I think, unless there's some sort of untapped athletics that, would help him to find a higher ceiling. Great pass rush grade and great pass rush win rate. Very productive player for Washington. The Huskies. Oh gosh. There we go. So there you go, Braylon Trice. Good edge. I think that's all that will ever be said about him. But that's been said about people coming out, and they've proven evaluators wrong before, and I am certainly not flawless as an evaluator. Second, third round, that's going to be an A there. This is around the time period that he should have gone. Actually, what are we at? Pick 74? That's going to be an S tier pick. Look at that. This is an S minus. I'm not a huge Braylon Trice fan, but an S nonetheless. And that was to Atlanta. Good pick for Atlanta, though. Getting an S tier edge rusher at this point in the draft after not getting one. Pick 9. Be patient, I suppose. Works nicely. They are going to be using him. I really don't like that fit. I think Jonah Ellis. Austin Booker, but that's they had limited options. Jonah Ellis isn't a 3-down guy. Braylon Trice is. That's why they announced him as a linebacker, though. Chicago is on the clock. What do we think they're going to do? I would trade out if I'm them, probably. But if they don't, they can't find someone to trade out with. They got wide receiver handled. Center, offensive line of some sort, in general, could make sense. Edge rusher, Jonah Ellis, Odessa Isaac, Mohamed Kamara, Austin Booker, Javon Solomon, Cedric Johnson. All makes sense. Braylon. So Braylon Trice was my number 70 player. Went off the board at pick 74. Look at that. Not shabby, not shabby. He just doesn't get my juices flowing, you know? I see him and I say, hey, that's a good player. The Chargers have another pick? They'd have to trade into here, yeah. Bears pick is in. Denver is on the clock. Peyton Wilson really slipping. Somebody's going to get a value on him if he can stay healthy. But obviously the medicals were not good on Peyton Wilson, which is understandable. And then it gets exaggerated by how he plays. And Daniel Jeremiah just exactly saying that. I was gonna say Jalix Hunt after I said Javon Solomon. Oh, Jalix Hunt, yes, would be a good matchup. Same with Gabriel Murphy. Jalen Harrell.
And Caleb Williams together in Chicago. What a day for Bears fans.
They didn't announce them together. Oh, introduced them together. Charles Tillman with, I assume, his daughter, and he's embarrassing her. Little Miss Peanut, we'll call her. Kiran Amagaji. That's a good tackle.
This is someone that's a little bit of a project, but you've got a lot to work with.
Yeah.
Size and the length.
That's good. Looking forward to the future. Keep that offensive line strong. Protect your investment. Kiran Amagaji, torn quad. See if they'll talk about that. I'll let Daniel Jeremiah talk.
These are a lot of undersized players that a lot of civilians are soon going to be. Yes, we're all be working for. So it's a little bit to evaluate. This is going to require patience. It's going to require. It's already here. I talked about being able to up Braxton Jones if they were to take one in the first round. This to me is more about future. Braxton Jones is going to tackle with Darnell.
And you mentioned the project part. Missed a lot of time here. Missed a lot of time last year with an injury. Didn't participate in the run up to the draft because he was working through that injury. He's long. He has those sort of traits. The coach in the Ivy League said this guy was.
All right, Denver's pick is in, so I'm going to go. Kiran Amagaji, 6'5.5", 323 pounds, above average size, versatile, played guard and moved back to tackle in 2022. Very athletic. He's got raw power. He's got elite length, I think I heard him talking about. Weakness, inconsistent hand technique, health concerns with the torn quad as of October 2023. That's a big injury, I think. So he could have gone much higher if it wasn't for the injury, I assume, in this draft. Showed improvement year over year, which you know I like to see that. So Kiran Amagaji, strong pick there for Chicago. Edge. Got it right. Jonah. Why you gotta go to Denver, Jonah? How boring. S+. I love it. Good job, Denver. There we go. That's my analysis. Oh, Denver's such a black hole.
Even let him kick inside and some as the three. Very stout, very physical. Only 248 pounds, but again, plays real heavy-handed.
6'2", 248 pounds, as Daniel Jeremiah just said. Quick and very large hands. Consistently pushes the pocket. Plays with an extremely high motor. He's got a quick first step. One of the fastest, if not the fastest, in this class, from my observations. He also shows great closing speed. He displays good discipline to maintain his gap against the run. He has a pass rush plan, which is so huge. And he understands the position and the art of being a pass rusher with a high positional IQ. Weakness, very short and below average weight for the position. Not really your 3-down guy that you're thinking you can trust, once again, 3 downs. So this was part of my issue with T'Vondre Sweat, why I pushed him second, third round. So maybe I didn't treat that fairly, but like, well, you know, the tape on him was so beautiful. I didn't treat that fairly between the two of them, to be perfectly honest. Limited flex and bend, which is something that you want, definitely, especially when you're a speedy guy like this. And injuries, that's a big concern for him. But he had a great pass rush grade and great pass rush win rate. Not quite elite, but great. So, very, very strong. And he's kind of my guy. I liked him more than others. Raiders. Yes, there we go. That's a my guy. That's a my guy. Nobody had him higher than me. I don't think. I don't even have him incredibly high. Where are you, Delmar? 27, fourth, fifth round. It's a D, unfortunately, but that's a D plus. That's a good D plus. I love it, Las Vegas. As they're talking about Delmar, listed as a tackle, definitely might be a guard. Definitely might be a guard.
Glaze in Las Vegas. A lot of people do that.
Delmar Glaze, 6'4", 315 pounds. He's got active feet. He's got great technique. He's aware. He has above average arm length and above average strength. His weaknesses are his ability to get D linemen off of their spot in the run game. Not very strong in the run game. His hand counters are a weakness. His fluidity in space is a weakness. Bigger guy. This is why they were talking about. You move him to guard and you might find something elite. He is also quite short for a tackle, I assume, at 6'4". 6'4", very short. I don't think I meant to type very short there. I don't know. Very short arms, maybe? Nope. Above average arm length. I don't know. He's had 3 years of good production in a row at Maryland, and he's a great pass blocker, above average run blocker, which, if I got the choice, that's the order that I would put them in, because pass blocking's more important. Even for Las Vegas, who wants to run that dang ball. So Delmar Glaze was one of those guys who I wish I had the gonads to go higher to trust what I was seeing. But hey, maybe Las Vegas and I are just wrong. That's also possible. Yeah, so gonna get a D plus, but when I look at the players that Las Vegas graded, in my heart, I'm not seeing a D plus. I'm seeing an A. He's a my guy, you know. I like him, and I think part of it is the name. So, Delmar Glaze, it's one of the better names. And he's also just a big boy. And a lot of the... I think he's going to be good. Probably a guard. Probably guard. I don't know why I didn't transfer that over onto this sheet. I have it on my strengths and weaknesses. So Delmar Glaze, where did I have you? He's going to be near the top of that darn list for the 4th, 5th rounder guys. Pick 141 or 141 overall in my top 250. And he gets taken at pick 77. Good for him. I am so happy for him. Just because fell in love. What can I say? Although my true love's still up on the board there. Christian Jones. Dominic Pooney. My even more truer love. Yeah, I wouldn't have taken Delmar over them. Not me. I don't think there's anybody out there who would have taken up outside of Las Vegas who would have taken Delmar over Christian Haynes. But Pierce, I could see why Pierce would like Delmar Glaze. So we've got. Are we not worried about our tackle spot? What are we doing with the tackle there, Vegas? You got Jackson Powers Johnson. I'm a little worried about the plan here, but I guess we are. I mean, we're not even early portions of the 3rd round still. No. Are we that far into the 3rd? No. In the middle of it. Oh, Jonah Ellis. I can take him off in the top 10 list here. He was my 45th guy on the big board, Jonah Ellis was, and he got taken at pick 76. So that's about a round later. I love this fall of Troy Franklin because so many people just loved him. And just so MVS-like, you know? Texans. Brandon Dorless? No, they maybe. Working on that secondary. Where are you, Kalen? You're not too far down. Oh, oh, oh! Yo! Yo! I did this. I did this for them. Did I? I'm doubting it. But I'm pretty sure. I'm not positive. I'm not positive on that. Kalen Bullock. Second, third round. That should be an S. Plus? Was he a my guy? I feel like he was a my guy more so than Javon Bullard. I was on the borderline with Javon Bullard. Kalen Bullock, just don't ask him, don't ask him to tackle, as Daniel Jeremiah just got to. Ultra rangy, amazing, single high type of coverage guy. And he tries to tackle. He's just not good at it. He's very light, very slender. So don't put him in bad positions, front 11. Don't ask Kalen Bullock to do it. He's your safety net, especially in a single high situation. He's covering guys, okay? So, but he's willing to come down and help in the run. You can't rely on it. So I love Kalen Bullock a lot. I really like those rangy Kirby Joseph type of guys who struggled so far early on in his career, but safeties can take some time. So, big fan of Kalen Bullock. Had him as my second, pushed Javon Bullard ahead of him late in the process, but it was very close usually for me between those two. Colts linebacker. Oh, nice. Gonzalez, I like him. They're continuing to just draft these guys. Where are you, Gonzalez? You're not too low, but you are a little low. It's a D for me. Once again, seems a little bit early for me. I did like him quite a bit, though. That's definitely a D plus. I can't believe he's going earlier than Mason McCormick, though. That's surprising for me. I think this is a Brett Coleman guy as well. Good pick here. And apparently it's pronounced Gonzalez, even though it's Goncalves, in my opinion. Tackle guard prospect. Guard tackle prospect, technically I have it as 6'6", 327 pounds. Strengths. He's control. He's calm. He plays with a plan. He has high game IQ. That's probably a lot of what they liked about him. Like, he's ready to go, ready to play day one mentally, for sure. His hand usage is great. His footwork is great. So from the top to the bottom to the inside of the brain, really, really strong guy. Whereas his weakness, of course, the athleticism, just not there. Sometimes his plan goes too far and he will actually refuse to engage with a rusher, giving up all of the ground to them, putting his butt into the quarterback's lap. Saw that happen at the Senior Bowl. That's not great. I wonder, what's the issue there? Is he only as strong as the other guys around him, or what? Because he just kept backing down. Below average arm length, extremely small hands. Bengals take Jermaine Burton. Oh, there's a gift. Bengals, you getting excited there? Mr. Burn McKern? Wake up. Stop working. You just drafted a stud wide receiver who has anger problems. Matt Gonzalez, good pass blocker, run blocker, better in the gap system. I thought he'd be a strong swing tackle out of the gate. He had season-ending toe surgery early in 2023. He's 23 years old. Listening, heard you say glaze, so immediately got back to working a bakery. I sent you into auto control. Nah, man, Cincinnati. How about this? Bengals. Now I know the two words if I need you to work or pay attention. Glaze and Bengals. You guys just drafted wide receiver, which I like. Josephus and Charlie Jones, but Jermaine Burton's probably going to go higher day one than Yosevich as your next T. Higgins replacement. Yeah, you guys have always drafted guys with anger problems. I should have seen this as a fit. Cincinnati's not afraid to do that. Yeah. Stop singing copyrighted music over there. Where are we? Let me get you the report on him while you're listening. Jermaine Burton, 6', 196. The strengths. He has good game speed despite having an average 40 time. His average depth of target in college was 20.2 yards. That was fourth in all of 2023 among all wide receivers. He has a third gear where he can accelerate in and out from the second to that third gear. I mentioned that yesterday about some guys. I really like when a guy who has control over his speed. He doesn't have just this top speed, a unispeed. He's got three speeds. He's got fast, he's got normal, he's got fast, and then he's got faster. At times, he's got great footwork. He can be great at route running, not always. Contested catch rate of 56.3 is very high. He's strong at the catch point. He had a 0.0% drop rate. Drop rate in 2023. He did not drop a single ball. He can find the soft spots against zone coverage. That's always very good. League moving a little bit away from zone coverage, but still a strong asset to have no matter what. Weakness, not a weapon along the line of scrimmage. He's a deep ball guy. Route running is inconsistent. His hips aren't fluid. He is bad on-field temperament, among other character concerns, not minor concerns. He would have been he probably would have gone in the first round if it wasn't for his character concerns. He also takes plays off, so maybe he would have been a little bit, well, if the character was there, we saw Xavier Worthy still go, even though he took some plays off in college. So there's real legitimate concerns here, Burn McGurn, but for a third round flyer, like, what do you got to lose as long as he doesn't take somebody else down with him in a fiery flames of whateverness. I don't know. I think some more bad news bears about him will come out after the draft, but obviously it wasn't so bad that he dropped to the 4th round. So still taking on day 2. I'm just tuning in again. Did I miss anything important? Not for your Chargers, you did not. Just a bunch of you missed some D and F grades from offensive linemen that I don't actually hate, but I didn't think they'd go this early. But, you got me regretting not being a little bit more bold on some guys who I liked on the offensive line. Is really all you missed. All right, Gonzalez went 78. He was 145 on my board. Kalen Bullock, I had ranked 74th overall. Houston took him at 78. Look at that. Nice and close. Love that one, by the way. That was a good pick, Kalen Bullock. And then Jermaine Burton, I had ranked 92nd, but once again, it wasn't a talent thing. It was a fear of where he'd actually go. So, for Jermaine Burton, he is going to get a B. Oops. We're going to be there. There we go. For your Cincinnati Bengals. Strong draft, Bengals. Strong draft. It's not even a B+, because those character concerns are just so legit from what I've heard. Brian, all right. He's always done that. Christian Haynes going to Seattle. I have done that one. I know that. There, that's a match. That's a good one. That's a pluser. That's going to be an S+ for Christian Haynes to Seattle. Good job, Seattle. See, I feel like you can always kind of wait on guards and get some real good value down the board. It's gonna be a great match.
His feet position and here he is as the puller under control gathers himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get in fights at training camp, like, no doubt.
Shows up and he gets it.
I think he has legitimate temper management issues.
I thought he really helped himself down there in Mobile. Or frustrated Jordan Jefferson a little bit.
But
Let it go.
he punched like a woman fan after a game, and that's not the only thing. And he got into fights regularly on the field. And then apparently there's more worse concerns too than those. But what's his name? Running back made it through the league after punching an Oregon player while he was doing his interview after the game. Who am I trying to think of? That running back played in New England most recently. I actually liked him. Hey, my boy! Tip! Going, what is this, fourth tight end? Before, oh my gosh. I gotta get more freaking bold with this shit. Let's go, Tip. This is the next, what's his name? San Francisco's tight end. Arizona, amazing job, amazing work. Tip Ryman. I can't give it an S+. Oh, I hate my grading system sometimes. The beast. Yup. Tip Ryman, 6'5", 271 pounds. Good quickness, elite for his size. Excellent underneath target. He has good speed, especially for his size, but it's not elite. It's enough that he can threaten the intermediate range from time to time, or even attack down the seam just fine. He has great change of direction, balance, short area burst, all things that I felt showed up on his tape, both when blocking and as a receiver. He's smooth for a man his size. A little conditioning to strengthen his base. His butt could go a long ways. Weaknesses, below average receiving grade, poor yards per route run. He just wasn't used. In college, his production was poor. That's all it came down to, in my opinion. And contested catch rate wasn't great. Average run blocker. He murdered Fred the Sled, though, at Combine, which tests that. He has the build to be a great blocker. And he does not believe that pigeons are actually real, which definitely, actually legitimately concerns me if you're that freaking dumb. But I don't care. I love Tip. You just have to live with the stupidity. Rams. Oh no! He's staying in L. I did this. I remember because I was like, oh, well, at least he'll be able to visit. I wrote up, I think I did a write-up on it, or maybe I talked about it. I don't know. Maybe I talked to myself about it. The fact that he would still be able to have dinner with Harbaugh. All right, Blake Corum, my number 6 running back. This is going to be a B. And it'll just be a B. I have concerns about Blake, but I don't think he got a fair shake from me. He's got excellent vision. I think as long as he has a good offensive line in front of him, he'll be good. I just don't know how much he actually creates on his own, and I don't know how much of that was because of the injury the year prior and me seeing mostly last year's stuff. Is he a better creator than I give him credit for? Quite possibly. So that's the Los Angeles Rams. Yeah. Nailed it. Tip Ryman. Blake Corum. Figure that one. Where did Tip go? Was that Seattle? No, that's right. That's right. Arizona just killing it. I love you, Arizona. I felt like that kid who went viral while he was put under at the hospital and they're filming him. He's like, "I love you, Ma." Oh, you're the best, Ma. I love you. You're so cool. All right, so Christian Haynes is off the board, right? 54 on my board, goes 81 overall. Jalen Wright's still available, Green Bay. I think Green Bay might be taking Ray Davis, though. Blake Corum, 106th on my big board, going here at pick 83. And Tip Ryman, how far are you down there? My boy, my love. 142nd on my big board. I really wanted, like, this is how much I love him, is I wanted to hate him because of the pigeon thing. That was the first thing I knew about Tip Ryman, was he didn't think that pigeons are real. And I was like, this guy's a freaking idiot. I hate him. He's for sure a conspiracy theorist. I don't trust him. And then, you know, don't judge a book by its cover. He's a beautiful human being. No, but I really do think that he has a chance of being the next, why do I keep blanking on his name? San Francisco. Tight end. I just had it. Steelers still get Roman Wilson. Have projected that before. I think in the second round, but maybe in the third round as well here. I'll have to go back and look at my draft. I think I did that like twice, 2 or 3 times. Roman Wilson to Pittsburgh. And Ricky Pearsall once. This is gonna be an S. Not gonna be an S plus. He's not a my guy. Not quite a slot only, but a probably slot guy in Roman Wilson. Yes, I think birds are real, Brian. I know, I'm crazy. I'm just crazy. I'm hoping Taylor, Joe, and Jamar will get Burton on the path. Cornerback likely. I'm just hoping Burton doesn't get one of them shot or something. Well, he won't get Joe or Taylor shot. But Jamar or Joe. He won't get Taylor shot. Honestly, Joe would probably be right next to him, mouthing off. That could be a deadly combo at the club. Joe just be baiting him into fights. By the way, I love Joe. I saw his first rookie game and I said, this kid's going to be great. I have a good eye for talent, quarterback talent, because I got raised on Brett Favre and then Aaron Rodgers, you know? It's all I saw every Sunday my whole life. Roman Wilson, 5'11", 185 pounds. His strength is a separation. Primarily, he's going to be a slot guy. He's a threat at all 3 levels, however, and you can push him out to the boundary if you like. A little bit versatile, but primarily slot. 60, 30, 10%, I don't know. Above average straight line speed and above average 10-yard split, so that's good, especially from the slot. You want to see that 10-yard split get nice and juicy. Very good against man coverage. He's got excellent hands. He does well not to give up and to get open on extended plays. That was one thing I really noticed that I liked about him on the film, was as the play broke down, as the play got extended, didn't go to plan, he was not giving up on the play. He was continuing to find an open area for J.J. McCarthy to find him, and it worked very often quite well. He can sneak himself off of zone coverage to get open too. Notice sometimes he does a really good job of just like getting forgotten by the cornerback and moving just a little bit too far away from that cornerback in that zone to where the ball gets thrown and the cornerback has no chance of getting there in time. Weakness, below average on contested catches, below average size, weight, and height. Not very strong. His catch radius is not very good. Durability is a concern for him as well. So that's, I think, what probably knocked him the most down the board is going to be that durability concern. He was uncoverable at the Senior Bowl. He absolutely went viral. And then through the second and third days of practice, he pretty much maintained that. Like, he just had an amazing Senior Bowl. He met with Philadelphia and Tampa Bay at the Senior Bowl. Didn't end up going to either. I have a Tyler Lockett comp on him. And I wrote that I see even more Amon-Ra St. Brown than Tyler Lockett. So high praise there, obviously, either way. Amon-Ra, you know, more of that slot guy. Tyler Lockett should be a slot guy, but operates from the boundary. So I think he could take a note from Tyler Lockett in terms of trying to stay healthy. Would go a long ways for him. Just get down after you catch the ball sometimes. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky. Shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake. I'm just assuming, is that actually from Ricky Bobby? Don't put that evil on me. I know that quote. So yeah, we can get rid of Roman Wilson now. There we go. Like Corum, we got rid of. Los Angeles gonna end up with like Audric Estime or Braylon Allen. Probably Audric Estime. That's my guess for LA. For the Rams. Mayan Williams would be nice for them. Off the top of my head, I think those would be the top two. I would expect. Okay, it is good. Troy Franklin still available. Over halfway through the third round, I believe. Stop. About halfway. Over. Over. We're over. Browns on the clock. What did they do earlier? I don't remember. Offensive line, maybe? Yeah. Linebacker. Probability. Very much a probability. Edge, possible, unless that's what they went. Nope. Interior defensive line, that's what they went. Oh, there it is. Offensive line. What I thought that they'd gone. Zach Zinter, by the way, great offensive lineman. There was one who I did get the gonads to move him up a little bit more later on in the process than I originally had him a little bit lower. And I was like, I gotta move him up. Heard somebody else I respect talking about him, liking him too. Gave me the confidence. So that's actually gonna be a B plus though. He is my guy. As Cleveland. Nice job, Cleveland. San Francisco pick is in. This is probably about the time they'll take an offensive lineman. Oh, don't give up Dominic Pooney. Christian Jones, I feel like might make sense for them. Mason McCormick. Mason McCormick's going to be my call here for San Fran on this pick. Let's see if I can get that right. Zach Center guard, 6'6", 309 pounds, powerful upper body, strong hands. Toughness is a strength. His motor is a strength. Weakness, inconsistent in pass protection. He's a guard only. He's not very athletic. He is very undersized, even though he's all powerful and all that. Excellent run blocker. It's Dominic Pooney. It was number 1 there. Nice, though. Goes in order. That's an S+ there. That's a my guy going to San Fran. He going to get a Super Bowl. Maybe. Zach Center broke his fibula and his tibia. I've done that before. It's great fun. At the end of the 2023 season, not concerned about that. Broken bones don't scare me for football players. Like I said, excellent run blocker, above average pass blocker. Dominic Pooney going to San Fran. S+ for that. Love it. My guy. San Fran, last couple years, man. They're loading up on my guys. Well, they at least have 2 of them I know of. Who else did they take? Oh, Renardo Green, yeah, 2.5. Kind of a Coleman, my guy, but I adopted him. All right, Dallas on the clock. I've always suspected they would take a wide receiver stab here. Troy Franklin, Tez Walker's who I think I've given them a couple times. Like, I never quite had Troy Franklin make it this far. Yeah, that's my first guess. Didn't they take two offensive? They got Tyler Guyton. And Cooper Beebe, who might be their center? Question mark. Safety. Cornerback. I think they need a linebacker too. They got Marshawn Nealon though. I'm guessing Tez Walker or Troy Franklin. I guess more so. So Dominic Pooney, my 53rd player on my big board, going at pick 86. And Zach Zinter is my 103rd player, going at pick 85. Oh boy. Mute that. Sorry. YouTube's gonna get mad at me. We'll see. See if I end up getting in trouble. What corners are left? A lot of them, I think. There's like, but I might have just like had this group a little too highly graded here. But also, maybe that's why they're falling, because there's just like this group that people like, don't love, and they're waiting for this to start, the dominoes to start to fall, because there's some real good pieces in here. Kalen Carson, Chris Abrams-Drain, Jarvis Brownlee, Cam Hart, a lot of people love. Good big size guy, definitely solid. TJ Tampa's still available. He's somebody that everybody kind of disliked. I was pretty neutral on, but I thought second, third round made sense for him just because of the upside. So we'll see what's up with that. Kalen Carson, a lot of people like. I like Kalen Carson. Josh Newton, I think, underrated. Very volatile. The people feel one way or the other on him. DJ James, the Clemson guys. DJ James, great. Some people love Nehemiah Pritchett. I think he's the other Clemson guy. Kalen King, used to be much better rated. Yeah, there's a lot of them to grab. Like, there really are, and that's probably where Cincy will grab one. I think that's what I did in my mock with them, was grab from that group. My final mock. That might be who I picked for them. Let me see. I can't look at it right now. I feel like that might be who I picked for them, though, in my 3.0 4-round mock. It might have been in the 4th round, though. Or it might have been here earlier. Oh, linebacker. Told you they need linebacker possibly. Not a my guy, but I get it. Some people love him. 4th to 5th round grade on Maris Liufau. Which leaves me with a D on that. Not my guy, not a my guy. Dallas. He's got the hair like Troy Polamalu. And I actually will reference this here a couple times in my write-up. I know that much.
Gets a chance to go to the Kansas City Chiefs. Door opens for him on defense, and he took it and ran with it. This is a similar type of player at the same
All right, 6'2", 239. I was just a little bit let down basically by the tape on him from what I had heard. It showed some good pursuit abilities against Penix at the Super Bowl, at the Senior Bowl. Like his hair, he plays a little wild. He excels in coverage. His alignment versatility can go right up to the line of scrimmage or be backed up, so that's nice. He has above average sized hands, very large wingspan, extremely long arms, so he can get his hands, you know, good tackler, basically, good reach. Good positional IQ, he's a smart player. Unlike his hair, he plays a little stiff. He's wild, but he's stiff, you know. I think that just comes from getting natural with the position, trusting yourself in the position. He's not a true-born athlete, and he's a liability in terms of tackling, even though he can get there. Great coverage, average pass rush, and defense. Poor missed tackle rate. Very poor. All right. I thought we would go with a heavy running back, but that's the type of running back that we needed. So, I don't love Marshawn Lloyd. In fact, I'll probably give this a minus on it. But I get the pick for Green Bay. It should be a C. Feels a little harsh to put the minus there, but I'm not a huge believer in Marshawn. But I think it's a good fit. Oh, we'll equal it out. We'll equal it out. Green Bay. C. Marshawn Lloyd. So wrong. Jalen Wright. Jalen Wright would have been better. Marshawn Lloyd, 5'9", 220 pounds, showed good receiving ability at the Senior Bowl and on tape. Solid, not great route running. He runs like a literal workhorse. He has a long and powerful gait. Maybe not quick, but smooth. Tough to bring down. Just as elusive as he is tough to bring down. He's an extremely compact build, above average weight, below average height. Shows vision and patience at the line of scrimmage. Maybe too picky, which would be an issue behind a bad offensive line. Tyke Smith. There we go. That's my guy going to Tampa Bay. He has an above average speed for his size. It's excellent. He's very strong. His pass blocking is an issue, but it is a correctable issue for him at least. There are some injury concerns and ball security, pretty severe ball security issues with him, which is never great. Good rushing, great elusiveness, and good to great yards after contact. Much better running in a gap scheme than a zone scheme. So that actually lines up for Green Bay pretty nicely. Showed up all 3 days of the Senior Bowl practice. You know, I mean, that seems like decent. I almost want to give it a plus now. We'll leave it at a C. We'll leave it at a C. Yeah, I don't know. Just didn't love what I saw from him. But, like, when I read back my notes on him, it's not so shabby sounding. Tyke Smith, my guy here, going to Tampa Bay. Third, fourth round grade on him. That's going to be an A+.
It's on some plays, you're going to be in zone, you'll be inside, you'll be outside. So that versatility is going to help him as he moves to the National Football League.
5'10", 202 pounds, above average size. He would be a candidate for the star position, Dallas position, originally kind of, hence the star, but safety / linebacker slot. So a slot corner, but safety linebacker, bigger. Really good for like covering tight ends kind of guy. High energy, physical player, good instincts and anticipation, good long speed. Cardinals. Cornerback Elijah Jones, solid cornerback there. I don't remember who I mocked him to, but this is probably the start where we'll see some cornerbacks start to go off into the fourth round. Weakness, he's not a high-end athlete. We are talking about Tyke Smith here. He can get handsy when he's in trailing position. That has to go a little bit with the athleticism. He doesn't have elite recovery speed, hence him getting handsy, right? Great coverage in college in terms of his productivity and above average versus the run. He's a power slot, fire hydrant build of a player that's from the NFL Stock Exchange there. 23 years old, not the youngest gentleman out there, but I freaking love him. A lot of zone. That's interesting. That'd be an interesting fit there. But I think Tampa Bay's got a good guy, and I know that fantasy guy. Oh, I just forgot his first name, but believes that he could be put as a safety too. That wasn't how I ever really viewed him, but I see how it could work as like a downhill safety. I mean, he is a safety, but using him as a free safety. But a downhill free safety. It's got to be the right scheme. I don't know that that's Tampa. Could be. I don't know. Elijah Jones. Hold up. DJ James. Thoughts on DJ James' high ceiling. So he has a good 5'11", 175 pounds. Inside, outside versatility. Oh gosh, shut up. He cannot fit against the run though, so I don't know, depending on exactly what Cincinnati wants, do they trust him on the inside? But I think he's more perimeter first, and if he fails there, then maybe he's your slot kind of guy. Very quick acceleration, great instincts, you love that too. He is bad against the run. 61.5% completion is below average, so he did have a high completion rate against him. That's never great. Below average long speed. He's extremely slender. That's the big knock. He's excellent in coverage, though, as far as his PFF grading goes. 22 years old. So, a lot of things to like about DJ James. Couple of big concerns and, health issues / he's not going to really be able to help you in the run game. The Green Bay Packers' next pick is in. Sorry about having that off. All right, so Tyke Smith was my 94th player, and he went 89th off of the board. So very close on that one. Marshawn Lloyd was my 122nd player, and no. And he went 88th off the board, and Maurice Liafu was my 160th player on my big board, going 87. Green Bay Packers pick is in. What are we doing? We got the running back, we got the safety, we got the linebacker, we got cornerback. It's that time. Or you double up at linebacker or cornerback, interior defensive lineman. I don't love anything here for us. I don't think much is an upgrade outside of like Christian Boyd, McKinley Jackson, Muhammad Kamara, Austin Booker. Don't really care for Adisa Isaac, but I could see the Packers liking that. Come on, give me Peyton Wilson. Let's just double up on this linebacker thing. Screw it. Or I know Jerrion Jones I've given to the Packers. He would still be in play given what they've drafted so far. And typical drunk Green Bay Packers fan taking up camera time doing a drunk dance. So that's great. Representation of my people. Very accurate. We do get drunk and do fun things. Relatively, at least, do what Green Bay has to offer. Elijah Jones went off the clock there to Arizona. Man, I wonder if that's a prediction I had right. It feels like it might be. No, it was the New York Jets at the end of the 4th, probably. Arizona, 4th round. Oh, Packers. Who we take? They did take another linebacker, but it's Tyrone Hopper, who is my guy, but a little early for me. That's a C on Elijah Jones to Arizona. And the Green Bay Packers, Tyrone Hopper. By the way, these grades, I mean, that was 2 picks away from being a B for Arizona. Sorry. And this Green Bay Packers pick is going to be 1 pick away from being higher. There's Tyron Hopper, 5th, 6th. That's an F for me. But it's an F+. But Peyton Wilson's still available. Alright, I know he's a Missouri guy. Devondre Campbell wasn't good. Tyron Hopper, 6 foot 1.5, 231 pounds. Strengths: he plays with violence, instincts, range, great production, and he's very athletic. He's fast. So, all things that the Green Bay Packers definitely like. Makes sense. Weaknesses: his tackling is rough. His work and coverage was rough in 2023 specifically. He needs to put on some weight to hold up better at the next level, something that Peyton Wilson had to do too. Wide receiver Jalen McMillan, that makes a lot of sense going to Tampa Bay. We'll get to that in a moment. Average pass rushing production, below average in run defense, bad at tackling, and horrible in coverage in terms of his PFF grading for Tyron Hopper. Had a down year in 2023, however. Had a good campaign in 2022, and he did not have a great 2021. He battled through an ankle injury in 2023, which might be an excuse for having this down year. He originally a 4-star recruit, and I really like his highlight reel type stuff. Like, exciting player. I mean, Jordan McGee, Peyton Wilson, I would have definitely rather them ahead of Tyron Hopper, but that's okay. Tyron's exciting. Jalen McMillan going to Tampa Bay. You're gonna get a 4th round grade on him, which now means we've hit a new tier of grading. So now that's a B instead of a C. Wait, did I give it too low of a grade? No, Tyron. Nope. Jalen McMillan, that's gonna be a B minus probably. I'm not like a huge Jalen McMillan guy. All right, the next 4 picks coming up. I don't know why they advertised it like that. Sounded like it was the end of the draft. What am I looking for? Jalen McMillan, 6'1", 197 pounds. It's going to be the Chris Godwin replacement. Good blocker for wide receivers. That's nice. Zone coverage. He excels against zone coverage. He's a versatile receiver. Thrives from the slot the most. He had the best get off of his team at Washington, in my opinion. He was the quickest off of the line whenever I just tried watching all 3 of them at the same time. So that is something to brag about. Because, you know, that's the 2 other guys who went much higher in the draft, and we're only in the 3rd round here. 0% contested catch rate, so that's a yikes for me. The struggles against man coverage. He has below average to poor hands, had a high drop rate at 10%, and he's slender. So injury concerns, you know, and just the whole man coverage issue. 70.8 PFF receiving grade, not bad. It was a down year after a better 2022 when he's 22 years old. So, depending on what exactly that 2022 looks like, I might have been a little bit higher on him. But, I don't know, you just got to get your hands on him a little bit. I guess you can put him in motion a lot, but I just don't think he can succeed without a little bit of help from like motion and whatnot. He's a little blah to me, similar to Jalen Polk, but like less in a lot of ways. Jatavian Sanders has not gone yet, so he will be available here for the Bengals, which obviously I've done that pick once or twice. And the role, you want him for... That could make sense, actually, for Los Angeles. I think Cade Stover would be more Los Angeles than Jatavian Sanders, though. Jatavian really had a disappointing combine. And for a guy who's really like a receiving tight end, the disappointing combine, it's not an incredible surprise that he, at this point, I would say, has probably fallen a little bit in the draft. Jalen McMillan, by the way, was my 129th player on my big board, and he went at 92. All right, Ravens on clock. Haloti Nagata with his family up here.
I'm here with my sons, Max and Colt. We're all born in Baltimore. They were all raised to say one thing.
Guys, 3 kids all just say Steelers suck together. That's awesome.
With the 93rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Baltimore Ravens select Asa Isaac, Penn State.
Okay, that makes sense for them. Really good run blocking edge rusher here. I got a second to third round grade on him. One of those cases where maybe I felt a little bit of pressure keeping him up there in the ranking, but also, not so much. Yeah, that's gonna be an S tier. Baltimore, like normal, just taking the guys who fall. That's probably, is it an S minus? Is the question? I think it is. But let me read off Adisa Isaac, 6'4.5", 247 pounds. Great against the run. 82.4 PFF grade, 11.4 run stop rate. Good positional IQ, and he has a few pass rush moves. And yes, he's going to thrive the most. He did thrive the most in a system where he's going to get a lot of stunts, and that's actually this system. So it's a good fit. He's not so great at winning in one-on-one situations. He needs to be in a creative defense like Baltimore has typically had for a long time now. We'll see if they can continue that. They just lost their defensive coordinator last year. So, weakness, play strength, awareness, one-on-one situations, as I was just talking about. He's a little slender for the position, below average quickness and speed, extremely slow for his size, and speed is so important to being successful at the edge position, so that's all concerning. Above average to good pass rush grade, good pass rush win rate, so nothing, great or excellent there. It felt like often enough his teammates were playing well enough that the play would naturally flow into Adisa Isaac, and he did an excellent job of playing as the cleanup man. So yeah, I'm going to go with, obviously I'm not too jacked about him on his own. Jalix Hunt to Philadelphia. Now there we can get a little bit, that's going to be a plus, even though that's going to be a lower grade. That makes a lot of sense for Philly. I think Cincy will go cornerback, then tight end, maybe Eric All or Theo. Eric All would make sense for them. I don't really care for Theo, so I'll go Eric All over that. Fourth and fifth, that's going to be a C plus. Jalix Hunt's my guy here. 6'3.5", 252 pounds, above average arm length, hands, and a very large wingspan, above average quickness, very powerful base, balance, change of direction, balance, explosion, all great things. Balance was written on there twice on purpose. He's got very good balance. Obviously, he's an asset in coverage compared to your average edge rusher. I wrote obviously, but I didn't say anything prior to this. He previously was a safety. That is a note to mind. He is new to the position. His best fit is going to be in a 3-4 defense. So hopefully that's the fit there in Philly. It is. It is. I'm pretty sure. So we'll keep that C+, a C+ there. He struggles in the run game. He's obviously very much a developmental prospect, but he has very much high upside. The level of talent that he played against in college wasn't very high, coming from Houston Christian University. The Bills select Dwayne Carter. Nice Duke defensive lineman there. I had a 3rd, 4th round grade on him, so this is going to be an A. That is Buffalo. What's to say about Dwayne? He's very similar to a lot of these guys around him. 6'2.5", 302 pounds. Good play strength. Above average quickness for his size. I always find that to be important along the front 7. 3 down potential. Versatile. Plays with a good amount of intensity, and he never gives up on the play. Yeah, the 3 down potential, I think, is something that's quite important amongst, like, Brandon Dorlus and Mekhi Wingo, who are maybe guys who are somewhat in the similar boat as him, but maybe not as 3 downy as him. Weakness, didn't have the best production. No counter moves, really, to speak of. Block shedding, not great. Not so great against the run. Above average pass rush grade. Average against the run. Came through at the Senior Bowl, both against the pass, getting a sack, and against the run on the goal line on day 3 of practice. With a few big plays, standout plays for Dwayne. Probably got him a couple of extra marks from the scouts there. So, yeah, fan of Dwayne Carter. And really obviously, he got, higher up on my radar due to a couple of big plays at the Senior Bowl. So that's an A. Not really a my guy, but definitely not a not my guy. Tyler Davis is the my guy out of this little group here. Christian Boyd's, like, everybody's my guy, but we don't have enough to know about him. Justin Boygby might be a my guy, maybe. Just because of the ceiling potential. Not too much left for super exciting guys at defensive line. Brandon Dorlus, I mean, I do like him. I think he's got a weird body type. I wonder if NFL... I didn't hear anybody else talk about that, but I wonder if NFL teams noticed. So, Dwayne Carter was my 115th player overall, going at 95. Not shabby, not shabby. There's DJ James. I have him as my 100th player overall. Cincinnati is on the clock. By the way, Cincinnati is on the clock. We have a prediction from Brian that they're going to be going cornerback and then tight end. I don't hate the prediction. I think I would... There's more... Depending on, I guess, my boards and everything, I think I would rather take Cade Stover and then cornerback in the 4th, personally. There's just it's a muddle pie here of cornerbacks going that still are just not getting really too touched. The NFL's not getting too excited about these kids while they're cleaning up on some other guys. I think we've clearly gotten into, like, my guy territory a while ago in this draft in terms of where the teams are picking. They're not picking for needs. Since about the start of the 3rd round. I mean, I think this Carolina pick here, it's like pick 72, as a kind of the starting of a turning point. But that'd be fair. Some people really like Trevin Wallace a lot. So let's say 77. So yeah, around for like the past 15 picks, I think we've started to get into shooting for upside, shooting for guys that they like, shooting for development, etc. Yeah, they had a top 30 visit with Eric All. I know that much. They could use 2 tight ends, technically. I think Eric All is like, see, this is the thing. I think you could get Eric All and put him in as a development. He's a 4th, 5th guy, round guy for me. That makes a lot of sense for Jacksonville. They want man coverage. Jarron Jones is, he is the insurance to if Darnell Savage doesn't work out as a slot corner for them, or when Darnell Savage, maybe due to injury, has to go back to safety, help out there, then Jarron Jones can come in and play. So very good man coverage slot corner is Jarron Jones. Not really my guy. I don't like him too much. He's gonna get a minus for Jacksonville here, but it's gonna be an A minus. So good for them. Good pick. Because Jarvis Brownlee, Chris Abrams, Drain, both of them, the other slot corners that are really worth taking up here, are both zone guys. They'll probably take cornerback and halfback. They got Chase Brown. That's all they need. But I prefer tight end to compete with Hudson and maybe replace Gesicki when he leaves. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying about Eric All. It's like he's your Gesicki replacement. He's not going to do anything this year. But he'd be good to learn behind Gesicki. Now they're just going to shore up that interior defensive line there. Yeah, very similar. That's a B. It's not a B minus. It's not a B plus. I wanted him to be my guy, but the combine was not too pretty for him. Six foot 1.5, 326 pounds. So I believe he's a little bit more girthy than Chris Jenkins, as far as I am aware. Good pass rush win rate. Extremely girthy, very short, very heavy. He has a great anchor, above average arm. Like you said, this is more of a comp for DJ Reader than Chris Jenkins is, even though Chris Jenkins is better against the run. So where do you want? Physically, he's more of a comp. They're both good against the run, though. It's not 100% consistent, but his get off is as good as... Get off is good, and he has power in his get off. In other words, he's very explosive off the snap. For his size, he has extremely good acceleration. For his size. Weakness, utilizing his length, lateral movement in pursuit, north and south kind of guy, which I think Chris Jenkins probably beats him in that, but that might be it. Chris Jenkins' weakness. Agility, very slow in pursuit, body control. So he's not going to be catching up to anybody from behind or tackling a running back 6 yards off of the center, way out in open field. It's not a good combine for him, but it is solid in both the run and the pass rush. A lot to like about McKinley. It was really the combine that tanked the ceiling prospects for him, but good floor. I don't know what they're afraid of with Chris Jenkins, but you can always use more, and doubling up never hurts at a position of need, just in case. So a smart enough move from Cincinnati to just make sure that weakness of theirs does not continue to be a weakness. I said earlier they would double down on D10 tap, but I thought it would be more like 5th round. Then they're gonna start to, like, Jordan Jefferson would have been an option that late. That's about it. Depending on what they think of Christian Boyd, there's really only him, Jordan Jefferson, who has anger issues. You'd be bringing like 2 dudes with issues. I don't know how much you're tuned into things, but if you watched the combine at all, you might have caught, or maybe you would have seen online or something, one of the offensive linemen telling one of the interior defense linemen when they did one-on-one drills to that boy's got to go to church or something like that after he like ripped off his helmet and threw it to the ground for seemingly kind of no reason. Just got real angry that he lost a rep basically, and so, you know, a little bit of a maybe temperament issues for Jordan Jefferson. Wasn't a good look. We got 3 picks left here before we end this day. The 3rd round really moved along, so the pick is in for Pittsburgh. 2 picks left, really. The Rams and then Washington on the clock. You know, it's probably going to take about a half hour before we get to Washington. But the Rams are ready to go. I mean, the Rams are on the clock. The Pittsburgh's ready to go here. What Pittsburgh? What do you need? Interior defensive line could make some sense. Pass rush? They need another edge like Mo Camara. Wouldn't hate that for them. Linebacker. Ooh. They ain't got no cornerback yet. That's what you do. What do they want? They want TJ Tampa? Kalen Carson? Cam Hart? Cam Hart. That's my guess. They did go linebacker. All right. Oops, sorry, Mike. Peyton Wilson to Pittsburgh. They always manage to get this. No, he's gonna be so great. Well, I guess I'm happy for him. I love him. Just wanted that for Green Bay. S plus. I'm just enjoying the tape. All over the field. Opposite side of the play. And he catches it up from in pursuit, from behind. Way too low. Yep.
You mentioned it. There are 22 teams who share medical reports. My understanding is 22 teams view him as a contract player. Instead, the Steelers have had players with no ACL. He has. They've had Greg Lloyd. He's stable for how it's
Yeah, you never know with these things. One contract. How many guys do you fail on every draft? You go back and look at a draft from 3 years ago, and 60% of the first rounders didn't turn out to be more than one contract players. Just because you know he's a one contract player, but you know he's great too. I don't get it. I mean, I get it, but that's excessive here in the 3rd round, this late. 6'4", 234 pounds, violent hitter, puts his body on the line, and he's paid for it in his life. High effort, very fast, very quick acceleration, edge, slot, linebacker, kind of guy, versatile alignment. Rams selection, 2nd to last pick. I know I've given him to Buffalo. I mean, I'll trust that you did the right thing there. 3rd, 4th round grade on him. That's an A. Peyton Wilson. He keeps his eye on the backfield and has good awareness of what's going on. Then he practices good patience and doesn't over-pursue plays while maintaining aggression. even when he does over pursue, he still has the ability to come back and make the play from behind anyways. He also has a knack for coming down with the ball. Weakness, health. And very short arms and small hands. That's all I got for weaknesses on him. It's all his health. It's the only concern. It's a big concern, but it's the only one. All right, Cam Kinchins, that's an A minus. Very, very bad combine. It's just very concerning. Safety, another position you like to see a good combine athletically, but let me read it. 5'11", 203 pounds. Worked well as a center fielder in college, which you would not think from, and you probably wouldn't test out too much at the next level, but maybe you will, especially the Rams. They can get the best out of their players. Often displays good anticipation and ability to read offenses, especially against the run. He does take overly aggressive angles. This is especially something that's very much true of his 2023 tape. Great ball tracking skills, and he likes to get the turnover. Athleticism, which didn't show up at the combine at all. In fact, they were bad, but we thought he was a good athlete before the combine. His on-field athletics look good. Commanders' final selection of the third round. All right, wide receiver Luke McCaffrey. I don't love it. Over Troy Franklin, over Tez Walker, over Malik Washington. What? Where are you, Luke? I got a 5th, 6th grade on him. Cameron Kitchen's weaknesses tends to overreact, talking about that being overly aggressive, and get taken advantage of. Really bites on like play actions, for example. Tried making too many big plays in 2023 instead of just performing well. He thought there was some first round draft talk about him coming into the year, and I think he tried, too hard to earn that first round talk. His brain farts in communication and coverage happen too often. That concerns me. Very slow. Well, just don't ask him to do that, I guess. But very slow acceleration and long speed. Disappointing final year in college. Graded out much better in 2022. Not an impressive Senior Bowl. Did see him make a couple of plays, though, which honestly at the Senior Bowl was as much as anybody else from safety for the most part, outside of like 1 or 2 safeties. 21 and a half years old, still pretty young. Fireworks are going. Luke McCaffrey has been taken by Washington. That is an E+. It's not that he's a my guy. It's that he's McCaffrey. Not gonna lie. It's that he's a McCaffrey. Luke, I am your father. Luke, 6'1.5", 200 pounds. He has top-notch speed. He was tracked going over 20 miles per hour at the Senior Bowl practice, but they were not in full pads, and I got a feeling, well, you know what? They basically were. He plays tough. He's not afraid of contact. He is ultra agile, as you would expect from McCaffrey, though I don't think it always shows on the field. I do believe that's due to his comfort level with learning the position yet. He's very green to the position. A very high contested catch rate of 60.7% and a very low drop rate of 4.1%. I think that's probably the thing that tipped the scales for like Washington. I actually see how he fits nicely into their vision as like this kind of underneath guy. Get that. All right. He's only played the position for 2 years. Still very green. This is the weaknesses, and he struggles to get off of press man coverage. Really all the weaknesses I had from him. Very good PFF grade, 82.7. Definitely justifies taking him at this point in the draft or higher. I just, I wanted to like him more. I was disappointed. I don't know if I was too harsh on him because of the disappointment or what in my final eval on him. But I just didn't see, even these strengths really translate to catches, especially at the Senior Bowl or anything like that. And there's the development, and I just felt like he's 2-3 years away, which I don't agree with taking that on day 2. And then this is a good wide receiver class. So there are other guys that I like, pushing them back a little bit just down the board here. I like guys up until Bub Means here. Well, is a my guy. It's after that that we're really in the territory. So there's a lot of I can say positive things about like every wide receiver here. Honestly, Luke McCaffrey is the one that I struggle the most with saying positive things about, and Isaiah Williams, but I know that I actually like him quite a bit too. So it's a good wide receiver class. It's surprising that Luke went this high to me, but congratulations to him. I'd have thought, man, Malik Washington. I'd have thought that for Washington. Seems like that would have made more sense. Whatever. Who am I? All right, that is it, everybody. Thank you for showing on up. I think we'll do this again tomorrow. Like I said, I'll just, come ask me. I don't care if it's 2 hours after that guy was drafted. I'd rather you didn't come at the end of the day and then just ask me what I think of, your 5 guys that you drafted from 4th to 7th round. At that point, I might just say, screw you. But come say hi. Don't come. Whatever. I will just be kind of grading as we go. Not bothering to look up this stuff, but I'll have it available. And I'll keep my top 10 prospects list updated as well, as much as I can. Which I'm going to do now. So we'll end the stream. Peace out. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody. And how do I end the stream? Oops. Full screen. End stream. Peace out.